Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the worm's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Fuck a little hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now spread to the world at large. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa, Florida, but also split between Tampa and southern Vermont. If you've been paying attention, you'll find out as to why. But yes, this is where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual, but they've been dealing with a little bit more than just the worm lately. In fact, they're finding their hands very, very full. But before we get to all of that, I encourage you to go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media you see listed down below. And if you really like what you see, you should join the Discord server by following that Discord link where you can join more than 150 other World of Darkness fans and possibly start a game of your own or join another game in progress. The possibilities are limitless, so follow that Discord link. And if you really, really like what you see, you can support this channel, this program, and the community by signing up for a Ko-fi membership where for as low as $5 a month, you get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes features like the rosebud thorns of all of our shows, the early access to artwork that's coming out. We just did a bunch of artwork drops recently, so you can get access to that, plus merch discounts and much, much more. So go sign up and become a Ko-fi member. Really, really helps benefit this channel and this community, and we really, really appreciate it. Now, to the business at hand, Rage Across Tampa. It would take some fairly talented individuals, no, let's be honest, very talented individuals to be 106 episodes in now. So let's go ahead and introduce the amazing cast of characters and players that make this game possible. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, BSD, Black Spiral Dancers, or Big Swingin' Dicks, whatever you want to go for. And I will be playing Aspen, Violetox of the Silverfangs.
Hey everybody, I'm Nori, and I'll be playing Jester Silvertongue, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Hey everyone, trying to reel from the big swinging dicks. My name's Preston. I play Jason Thorne, Theurge of the Bone Gnar.
Howdy do, how are all of you? My name is Nick. I'll be playing Izzie, aka Entwined Smiles with Claws, the all-room child of Gaia. And I don't have any witty opening, because I too was thrown off by BSD.
Champ, I think we know it's swangin'. If it's going to be anything, it's big swangin' dicks. Anyway, let's get everyone caught up as to where we are now. Last week, we saw Jester properly introduced to Charles's betrothed, Katerina Volkova, where she got to know the other Silverfang a little bit better, getting to see the similarities between Charles and Katerina, but also some very, very interesting differences as well, and perhaps even getting a little bit of empathy for another Silverfang who has been thrust into a life of responsibility and duty over desire. After that, we saw Jace and Izzie meet with Eliza and Stakes to parcel out exactly what this situation entailed and how to move forward after various events had happened. The capturing of Will-O-Wisp of the Hellhounds, the constant ever-looming threat of the Cult of Fenris, and much, much more. There was a lot to discuss, but a plan was made. Whether or not that plan was followed to a T is debatable, but a plan was made at the very least, and execution has started to take place. We then saw Aspen and Artie arrive in Vermont to be greeted and settle in to the court for what seems like is going to be a much longer stay than anticipated. Aspen quickly realized just how uncomfortable the court made her when she saw the image of falconry on all four posts of the bed in her room, realizing that Falcon is definitely paying attention, which isn't necessarily the place Aspen wants to be. Not to mention that she can't use her phone on a regular basis within the court, which is very stressful as she receives text after text of what is happening and sends even more texts in response, trying to dig for more details. After the break, Jace held a spiritual round table where Turtle and Star and Rat came in attendance, but they also had a very unexpected guest in the form of the spiritual avatar of Fenris, who exchanged some words with Jason, but also had some very interesting things to pass on, as well as learn from the Theurge, and perhaps peace can be achieved, or some progress can be made without violence. But again, things being as they are in the world of Garou, not everything is as shiny and happy as one would like. After that, we saw Izzie meet with Eliza and Terrence to receive a little bit of bolstering words of confidence, to tell them to get more in touch with Gaia herself and that Gaia won't steer him wrong. He eventually did try this practice, focusing himself, centering himself, meditating, and at some point, Gaia did reach out to him in the form of a vibrating guitar string, a thrumming sensation that seemed to pull him in a particular direction. He then wound up just outside of the cigar factory as the Cult of Fenris prepared to confront the Hellhounds. And you're going to have to go watch the last episode of Hellhounds to see how all that resolved. Then we saw Jester and Aspen receive a tour of the manor from Elias. They were also able to take him into a room and ask a lot of questions, kind of rapid fire, but did they receive the answers they wished? Of course not, and they will have to do some more digging. The tour was going swimmingly, of course, until they went to see the practice field, where Charles was getting a handy ass kicking from Iron Oath, to the point that Jester was unable to contain herself and frenzied, going to attack the Elder Silverfang. Unfortunately, there's a reason Iron Oath is considered one of the most dangerous fighters in the Guru Nation, because without even changing form, he was able to handle the Krynos werewolf by breaking Jester's arm. Aspen also seemed to lose a little bit of composure, turning almost radical as she charged out into the ring and shouted out how everything was stupid and this is wrong and they should be doing things differently, which is a really great thing to do in front of a majority of the court after you've just arrived. So yeah, things are going great in Vermont. If you thought it was bad in Tampa, this is just raising the bar significantly. But let's get back to Vermont, as our first scene takes place a few hours after that horrible first impression that the Sept of the Evening Star made in Vermont. Jester, almost immediately after you attacked, everything went red. You can't even entirely remember what happened. What you can remember is the sound of a snap, which actually was the echo of two snaps, as you lost your wolf and your arm was broken by Iron Oath. You found yourself pinned face down in the dirt of the practice field before almost immediately getting picked up and hauled off to your room. Now, in the interim, since you were taken to your room, you were visited by Brother Tomas Varga, the Speaker of the Dead, who had very little to say and was literally there just to tend to your wounds, to give you a sling for your broken arm, and to even maybe take a little bit of the pain away through a healing touch of sorts. But without your wolf, you are confined to the difficulties and struggles of being just a normal human at the moment. So the pain, despite Brother Varga's efforts, is still very much present. But does it compare to the emotional pain that you are feeling in this moment? So let's start there. What is Jester feeling, having woken up or come to in such a state, realizing that their intentions to not cause a big distress in the court or make waves have definitely changed?
The shame I am feeling at not being able to keep control is mixing with this roaring sound in my head that always comes when I was a kid, and I'm still feeling not like Jester but like Jessica, and I really am having a hard time staying in the present.
Now, you were asked to remain in your room until you could be interviewed by the Truthseeker, who would try to suss out exactly what happened at this event. And the hours have just passed by as you are more contained in your own head and your own emotions, barely noticing the ticking of the clock, the time passing. But it's when the door opens that you are brought back to the present, brought back to this moment, at least for a brief moment, as you see Artie step quietly into the room, closing the door behind him before quickly rushing over to kneel down in front of you and to fuss over you and your arm for a moment. Jess, are you okay? Talk to me.
Fucked up.
I'm not gonna lie, it is not a great situation, but I talked to Serafina and I have sort of smoothed things over for the most part. It was a unexpected event, that could be very triggering. And a part of me kind of thinks it may have been by design. But I'm not going to get into all that. What you need to know is everything's going to be fine. Okay, they're going to come in, they're going to ask you a few questions, they're going to say, are you a danger to the court? And as long as you are honest, at least as honest as diplomacy allows, everything should be okay. You really didn't do anything that untoward. Guru lose their tempers all the time. That's part of the risk that we constantly take, the line we constantly walk, and again, I can't help but think that maybe a part of it was intentional to see if you would snap. And just because you did doesn't mean you failed, doesn't mean you fucked up. Like they're turning up the heat here. They're turning the screws. They're testing us, and I don't consider it a failure. No real damage was done. Thankfully, you went after the least vulnerable member of the court, and everything's okay. Everything's going to be okay, I promise.
Just gonna make things harder.
Maybe, but what is this compared to everything that we've gone through in Tampa? What is this compared to Edward Baitman and Piney Point and Bloody Mary? This is a lot of ruffled shirts and over monosyllabic words.
Not them, though. I'm supposed to be here as emotional support for Charles, and I can't even get over my own shit.
What happened, Jess? I mean, you've seen Charles fight before, and I mean, never seen him get a beating like that, but you're not naive to this life and the violence of it. What was it about this particular event that triggered you?
It feels too much like home when I was a kid.
Right.
I can't feel Gorgon here.
I get that. There are a lot of situations where I can't feel Spider. Especially since we've been spending so much time around nature and the woods and everything like that. It's difficult. But that doesn't mean that she's not there.
Yeah.
But talk a little bit more about what reminded you of home. You haven't talked a lot about growing up or your upbringing.
I'll stay silent for a few moments before taking a deep sigh. I think I was around 10 when my mom started dating again. First guy she actually moved in with, or moved us in with, Mark. Seemed okay at first. But most of them tend to do that. Started with them arguing, screaming. After a few months, there was my mom crying in pain. That time I mostly hid, stayed in my room. Then when I was 12, I came home from school and found my mom on the floor being kicked by Mark. I didn't run then. I tried to get in between them, and he backhanded me. Then I ran to the kitchen where he cornered me, and after I learned to fight, at least to try to defend myself and my mom wherever I could. Neighborhood kids, free classes, wherever I could. It's think mom woke up and realized for a moment. I don't know. She left him, got into rehab, promised things would be better, but it never was. She'd always end up going back to drinking, finding someone bad, rinse and repeat.
At this point, Artie stands up from his kneeling position and sits next to you on the bed, reaching over and taking your good hand, not the one that's in a sling currently. I'm really sorry that that happened. You should never have had to go through anything like that, but as I've come to learn, good is a ridiculous term. It's a meaningless term. In an ideal world, you would not have had to deal with something like that, but the world is far from ideal. And to be so young and to be thrust into the position of protector when you're the one who should have been protected, that stays with you. And while I didn't have to deal with anything like that growing up, I understand having to be responsible before you're necessarily ready to be responsible. I was lucky my mom was too busy to date, but it also meant she was never home. So someone had to be the adult, and having a little brother with all of the problems of being a little brother, not to mention all the problems of just growing up in this world. Well, you have to grow up really fast in situations like that, and I can see why a situation like this would make you feel, make you remember. Jess, I want you to know none of this is your fault, and you did nothing wrong. If anyone can understand what it is to lose control, especially recently, it's Charles. He saw you in a bad way and he lost it. It only makes sense that you would do the same. So if you're worried about what he's going to think or what he's going to feel, you shouldn't. You were there for him. Maybe not in the way you originally intended, but you were there. You weren't going to see him bullied. You weren't going to see him abused. And if that isn't a way of showing love and affection, I don't know what is. You're a fighter, Jess. That's what you are. You've always been. So you shouldn't be ashamed of being what you are. I'm a big fucking nerd. And I wear it proudly. Here and everywhere. But I understand the disappointment you might feel, the fear, the pain. All of those are valid too. Because you were taken back to a place that you thought you'd escaped. And the truth is, Jess, you did escape. You are safe. You are free. But those kinds of lessons stick with us, and we should never forget them so we don't find ourselves in those situations again. Seeing this here today just further emboldens what we're trying to do in Tampa. It just further verifies that we're right and the old way is wrong.
Most of the time, my hand's kind of like, I stiffened a little when he took it, but it's kind of hung limply. But as he's talking more, I'll gently squeeze. Thanks.
I'm proud of you. Standing up for what you believe in. Even if it was a little bit more of your anger standing up in this particular instance,
Yeah.
you should never be ashamed of fighting for the things you love. Never. Etiquette be damned. Politics be damned. If we're not fighting for the ones we love when they're in pain or a very bad state, what are we even doing? It's okay. It's going to be okay. And while nothing can be done about what happened to you before, you still can do something about what's happening now. You still have the power to smooth this over and make this right. Guru aren't as easily offended by frenzy as you think. You saw Charles as a paragon of control. Most Guru aren't like that, even here.
Yeah.
I think he was trying so hard to not be like the others. You don't see a lot of suits around here. You don't see a lot of, dressed to the nines or wealth in excess.
Yeah. Not here.
Not here. So maybe, in his own way, he was rebelling by refusing to accept that part of him. Until something turned the dial a little bit, or someone, I suppose. But you're not in as much trouble as you think. You haven't fucked up anything. You've reminded them that they're not dealing with a bunch of sheep here. And that you will fight if you have to. You won't be abused, and you won't let those you love be abused. Aspen and I can handle the political side, and you, with your charming wit and smile and wonderful stories, you got this. It's going to be fine.
I'm really glad you guys are here. I don't know if I'd been able to do it alone.
We were never going to let you go by yourself. Even though Aspen has her phone fused to her hand while we're in the room, she wasn't going to abandon you to this. You or Charles. You are not alone. And you don't have to do this alone anymore. And you won't. For as long as we're able to make that true, even if we're trees, you're not going to be alone.
No, I suppose not. I'll sit up, wincing a little as I readjust my arm. So, do you know who they're going to send in to talk to me?
They just said the truth catcher.
I'm trying to remember if, I've actually been told who the truth catcher was. I don't think I have.
Don't think so.
I didn't know if there was a truth catcher. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't think I've been told about him.
Well, hopefully they don't need a lot of use. But around here, I would think they're especially busy.
I would think so. Or they're a really bad truth catcher because there's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah. Like I said, they're going to come in. They're going to ask you questions. Be honest. You have nothing to hide, nothing to be ashamed of.
Okay.
You did nothing wrong. It was a pretty grotesque display. But also, it could have been worse, and Charles is going to be fine.
Okay.
You just had to see firsthand the things he's described. And it's hard to watch, for sure. But he's going to be okay. I even was able to check in with him really quick. He's healing. He's fine. He's more worried about you.
Okay.
Trust yourself. Yes.
Try.
And when you can't, Aspen, Charles, and I will be here for you. Now, he kind of looks conspiratorially around before standing up off of the bed and releasing your hand and moving over to a window and pulling the latch and opening it slightly. He then reaches into a pants pocket and you can hear the rustle of a little baggie. And he pulls out a little wrapped up bag. I know medicine is probably not a thing around here, so I brought some of my own. And I think that maybe now's as good a time as any to indulge.
Yeah, that would be really appreciated. Not sure how great it'll do on the pain, but at least it will give me the fuck it attitude that I need to get through it.
Also, you'll be able to say for the rest of your life that you clam baked one of their precious little guest rooms in the house of the seat of power of the Guru Nation.
Swear that'll be a good story to tell.
As you join him as he pulls two of the chairs from one of the little tables nearby closer to the window, because despite the fact that he is doing something somewhat controversial, he's still responsible enough to not make it obvious. He puts a hand on your shoulder, the good one, not the bad one at the moment, and says, "You're right. You are right. And they're going to do everything they can to convince you you're wrong. But you know, and I know, if they were so perfect, they wouldn't be living like a hobo commune or a medieval Ren Fair commune. And there wouldn't be so few of them.
And not greatly maintained. Looks kind of shabby.
Yeah, that's what happens when you keep old things old.
Yeah. Now we just gotta figure out how we can convince some of the people here of that.
Convince them by not letting them bully you. By not letting them trap you and break you down like they just did. You have nothing to be embarrassed about. You can apologize. You can say it was a momentary lapse in judgment. Everybody's had them. And any guru who says they didn't is lying, because our first change is often a lapse in judgment. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Besides, it'll be a good opportunity to turn the tables and maybe get to know the Truthseeker a little bit better.
I wonder who it is.
You and me both.
You said you don't think it was, you think it was on purpose.
I think it was far too convenient.
Elias seemed surprised. I kind of remember that before everything switched
Yeah.
off.
But also, you know how to act too.
Yeah. I wasn't really in the right mindset to see if it was real or not.
How does the man who seems to know every single thing that's happening in the house not know about a big gathering out in the yard?
It's fair.
Maybe it's my own paranoia talking. And I like the guy, so I'm more willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that he wasn't expecting it. But it did seem awfully convenient.
I guess we probably need to have another conversation with Elias then.
Maybe. But also, knowledge is power. How quickly do you want to give that power away? Maybe it just gives you cause to be a little bit more closed off. Hold your cards a little closer to your chest. And take everything that's said with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
You know how to do this. Why am I lecturing on you? You're the politician of the two of us.
Though Aspen's better, but
That's for sure, but there are other ways to be political and diplomatic that don't include talking about logistics and power and
yeah,
the like.
I know to do it my way.
Always do it your way. Your way has caused us to be so successful in ways in Tampa that I never could have imagined. At this point, he unrolls the little baggie and starts preparing. Now, let's say we tune out a little bit for a little while.
Sounds good.
As Artie falls quiet and continues the preparations for some medicine, what's going through Jester's mind now?
I'm feeling a little better talking to Artie. Still feel really, really bad since I was supposed to be the one here to be the moral support and not the mess. And right now I'm feeling like the mess. But after listening to Artie talk about that we could have been set up, now I'm a little pissed, honestly.
Normally, in these circumstances, that kind of pissed might grant you a little bit extra power, but unfortunately, with no moon and no wolf, It's just going to be a fire in your belly with nowhere to go. We now transition to our next scene, where another fire has been lit and has started to burn around the city of Tampa. But the leaders left in charge are there to fight that fire. Izzie and Jace, you have headed out to the Split Helm to have a meeting with Skeeter. And in this meeting, you're hoping to touch base with your Farah allies, possibly make an actual introduction for Izzie now that he fully knows what Skeeter is and what Skeeter represents, as well as figure out what the hell you're going to do with this constant evolution of events. You've found out about what happened at the cigar factory, that the cult of Fenris did show up, and thankfully it didn't end in bloodshed and violence. But maybe what it did end in is something much worse, as it seems an arrangement has been made, a trading of effort, so to speak, to strike back at the worm, and could very well threaten the truce made with Edward Baitman. On top of that, just as it seemed like everything was settled, you come to find out that Stakes and Quinn did find the camp of the cult. And more than find it, they absconded with a willow sapling, which is now in the possession of the Hellhounds. Things are getting very, very interesting in Tampa. But as we arrive at the Split Helm, preparing for Skeeter's arrival, what's going through your mind? And you'll have a few moments, just the two of you, to talk before the Ratkin arrives. The scene is yours. Oh, and we'll start with Jace for his thoughts, and then Izzie.
Jace is at the bar, and when he needs to think, he's either in his journal or he's scrubbing the counter the best he can. So now he has one rag over his shoulder and another rag in his hand as he's going back and forth, trying to replay everything that he said during the meeting, if he maybe had a lapse in his words where he didn't communicate enough. And now the incursion that's going to be happening because of actions of others. And on top of that, he has a meeting upcoming with Skeeter and has to articulate in a way to make sure that they don't do something to get them killed, because one of them have already died helping. And he doesn't want to have to go through that again. So he's there just scrubbing away at the bar top, just trying to figure out a way to make sense of everything going on.
For Izzie.
Oh. Go ahead.
For Izzie, having been brought in as the support, the confidant, the advisor to the current sept leader, he's taken a post maybe in one of the bar stools across from Jason, nurturing maybe like a cup of water as he occasionally takes a sip of it and sets it down. He'll occasionally look into the reflective surface, thinking about the last stretch of time from his leaving the apartment he has with Terrence to the showdown at the cigar factory and sort of the aftermath of that and dealing with the Hellhounds, especially with the result of some sapling being stolen, which was an immediate okay, question mark. Is he obviously not having any understanding of the importance of this tree? But after maybe a detail or two has been explained, he realizes that that has made the supposed deal with the cult a bit more precarious, and so he's already considering contingencies. But as much as he wants to think through what may or may not be happening next, he does spy Jason just go into town, 50 million circle motions, and he will break the silence with a, "You trying to sand down your counter?"
He'll look at his hands for a moment and realize he's starting to like pull off some of the varnish. Like, Izzy, I articulate well, right? And I speak English pretty well. You understand the words that I'm saying.
A supportive friend is gonna make me say yes in this moment, but Jason, I think the real question is, why are you asking me that question? Are you nervous?
When we talked back at the Cairn, were my instructions not clear enough on what to do and what not to do? I thought I made that pretty black and white with very little gray. And I'm hearing these reports of a lot of gray area. So did I leave a lot of openness on there? Did I not explain to stop once they found an area and to come back? Is that not what I said?
That is what you said. But it is worth remembering that the Ragabash are known to push boundaries of directives, right? And we hate them for it, and we love them for it. And they made it so complicated. But it appears to be a bargaining chip of sorts. Better than what they managed to secure before, as far as I was able to tell.
We have a bomb. Basically, we don't know when it's going to go off. Took something from them when we're trying to broker something else. We get an agreement done and immediately stab him in the back. This seems like we take a step forward and now we're taking 20 backwards while holding the bomb.
Yeah. A little bit. I can't speak for exactly what was going through Quinn and Stakes' heads when they were in the camp. But what I can tell you is that, at least for the initial deal, that was one born out of tactical consideration. Granted, I was present, but there were still a number of the Cult of Fenris threatening their budding cairn at the cigar factory. And even if it was just pretty words, we saved a lot of bloodshed. According to Delphine and a number of the others, a definite veil breach because the neighborhood is pretty condensed. Yeah.
I'm not necessarily upset about that. I get that was a pretty tough situation. I could work with that. It's the action of the other two that put us all at further risk. But the agreement that was done at the cigar factory, it's like putty. I can work with it to try and make something out of it. They've given me a rock now. I don't have that kind of strength to make something out of that. And I'm having to figure out the tools in order to make that happen.
I don't envy you in this moment. And to be honest, I'm not even sure what's going to happen in regards to that. If they're going to see it as fair play. I've not heard any instances of the cult having a sense of humor. But, like I said, it's a bargaining chip, and as far as the Hellhounds are concerned, if that is going to be an issue, I'm certain their leadership will be more than open to your directive in this moment that it is a bad look to make a deal with one hand and steal someone's wallet with the other.
Yeah. We'll have to get it figured out. I had a meeting with some of the spirits, and they did say that our cairn's protected. That overall, that we have nothing really to worry about. That Turtle's doing what he can. I got Rat helping out. Regina showed up to my round table, and she said that she's going to do what she can. Star was there. I even had Fenris show up. Yeah, had a nice chat with them on the fight and how we differ on how the fight needs to be done.
Is that a
But
conflict of interest with the cult of Fenris on our doorstep?
a little. I have the round table as an invite to all. Everyone has a voice there and can speak what they want. And by saying all, that means anyone is able to come and speak their piece, as long as they're within diplomatic and cordial overall environment. A couple of times that he was less than, but was able to keep that in check. Fenris is having a hard time maintaining his followers. Like, they're not listening to him.
Is that right?
Yeah. According to him. So there's that little, I wouldn't call it an ace up our sleeve as far as that, but I think I put in a few ideas in his head on pulling a few things. I brought up how my relationship with Rat, he will ask for something and I will do what I can to make it happen. That relationship with your patron. And if you don't follow your patron, they get real upset and they start taking away certain parts, that little things that they allow you to do. So I don't know if he's going to start doing that with them, but I wanted to drop that little bit to him that is something that he could do. We'll see what happens.
A loss of spiritual support for the cult would be a major boon in us dealing with them. And if you're saying the cairn is more spiritually defensive than I initially thought, that is going to be a lot of sweat off my brow. Thank you, Jason. Honestly, that was at least two things I was thinking of for how to defend the cairn after what the cult might do if they decide that stealing that potted plant is going to require blood.
Or there's a spiritual aspect of it. You got Turtle, and he's all about defense. And all those large trees in that circle, they're all guardians, sentinels in a sense, of that place. And they'll do what they can to defend it.
That's very deep into the bond, though. Heart of the cairn.
It is.
It's risky, but I will keep that option open when we inevitably have to plan for the defense.
I'm sure down the road I'll have a nice conversation with them too, whether on our terms or theirs. I'm sure a conversation is going to be had.
I hope so. The only issue I have is that, well, I'm no Galliard or Silent Strider, but anything I've ever heard about them is that they don't tend to broach polite conversation.
No. I have a way of keeping people calm, but that's what you're for when things don't become calm anymore. And just where I tap you on the shoulder and off you go, have fun, and start ripping limbs off and whatnot.
If we were still at the Echoing Roots, I would be gung-ho saying, when do I get to bite and claw? But now it feels like every opportunity to fight is an opportunity to lose. It's an opportunity to have someone here get hurt, and it definitely puts a check on the need to strike. I don't like it.
Well, back there, remember we had 20 to 30 plus Guru.
Yeah, it was a bit different for numbers. Plus the older view of the nation meant that was more acceptable. Still,
And
I'm
the
just
power
worried.
that some of them held, some of
Yeah.
our elders there. But worry's good. Worry keeps you alert. It lets you be aware of everything going on. Just don't let it cloud also.
That's what I'm worried about. I feel like I don't know where the line is between being keen and being distracted.
That's a hard one because it differs for each person. And I wish I could tell you this is the line, but that's something that depends on the individual. But you know yourself well enough. You've definitely changed a lot since when you first arrived. I feel like your line has changed quite a bit.
I actually care about other people again.
Good. That's good for you.
Yeah. So, meeting. Obviously, plant business aside, do we know when Skeeter and our dear cousins are set to be here? Because we've been waiting for a good... And with that, he looks at the clock.
Well, the fun thing about our dear cousins is they show up when they want, and then they'll abruptly leave when they're done. Even when you're mid talking, they'll just get up and walk out because, you know, they have something to do or they're just done with the conversation.
You know, if I were less polite, I'd say that was mighty inconsiderate.
It can be.
I'm sorry I didn't make a more abrupt entrance. The smell of pine sol is very strong in here, and also I heard a lot of big feelings being talked about, and didn't want to interrupt. And you look over, you see Skeeter standing by the entrance to the back room. He looks like he's got a little sack of peanuts in his hand that he just keeps pouring into his other hand and then popping into his mouth. So
do you got some feelings you want to talk about too? Do you want to be included? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm a little
As he raises his
gassy.
cup.
That helps.
The bathroom.
Kind of raises a leg and you hear a little toot come out. But other than that, I'm good. Actually, that's not fair. I'm excruciatingly stressed. These leeches, boy oh boy, that just turned into a whole thing, didn't it?
Tends to do that.
Wish I'd saved my chit for something better, gotta be honest with you, but I still have hopes for the situation. In fact, I got some information about that might be valuable to you to know. After everything went down, I met with, I guess, their leader, although he's all the whole, no kings, no leaders situation. I basically talked with them and told them about the very bad situation they've put us in. As, we were vouching for them, and then what did they go do? Fuck that all up. So I have informed them that we are going to have a resident in their place of business at all times, keeping a much closer eye on them moving forward until this whole situation is resolved at the very least, or until they learn their manners. So I figured I would take away the temptation from you of Mei Lin, and she is currently taking up residence at their place of business. I know, you were just ready to throw it all away and run off with her, but, I figured I'd be the responsible one. I would step in and help you cool down a little bit, your cold shower, if you will. So you're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Izzie will cast a very curious glance at Jason at this mention of a person I don't think he's familiar with.
Malin is a individual who like to cast gaze towards me, and longing overall eyes, and look towards Skeeter. It's very distracting. It was hard to really complete anything with her doing that all the time. So and you're right. I was about to throw all my businesses away, turn away from Guru completely, and just take her off to the sunset. So I thank you for that.
Well, you can call a spade a spade. She's a horn dog. That's what you get when you're, 19 years old and discovering all this fire inside you. But regardless, I'm doing my best to put a cap on this whole leech situation, keep it contained. For the most part, they're being very patient and understanding about everything happening as it is, and will be very much looking forward to a meeting to express their condolences and dissatisfaction at the action of some of their fellows. They are feeling very remorseful, is what I mean to say.
Contrition. I didn't think leeches would be capable of that.
They know they're in a very bad spot. They're not exactly friendly with the local leadership of their kind, and to have the wolves also mad at them makes this place very uninhabitable to them. So solve one and then deal with the other.
Well, having someone on the inside to at least relay things back will be very helpful. Speaking of wolves, there's new hitters in the city as well that aren't associated with us, and they don't necessarily follow the same rules that we do.
Interesting. I've been wondering what the stir was about town. I've been noticing a little bit more aggression in the streets, a little bit more overly eager energy going about.
Part of it has to do with the current state of our home. Wink. News, I'm sure to you, our leadership has been out of the state, returned back to the seat of the nation, and as a result, it has been apparently brought to our attention that this rogue element of our brothers and sisters has caught wind that said leadership is out of town, and have thus started making quite the stink for ourselves and our fellow pack.
No shit. Seems like a wild time to take a vacation.
Yep.
And they left one of you two in charge then, I take it?
Is he
Looking at him.
Fuck.
Yep. You know how much I love spotlight and responsibilities. I eat that shit for breakfast.
You better get a weight belt for all the stuff you're going to be carrying soon.
I'm gonna get hemorrhoids. It's gonna happen.
I'm here to help make sure carrying all that stuff doesn't kill him.
Oh, we're glad for that. Gotta look out for our cousin here. Well, what can I do? How can I help? I mean, I've already got kind of a handful, but it's calm for now. What do you need from me?
Well, before we talk about business, first thing, come over here. Come on, you're talking from all the way in the doorway. We got, 7 seats here.
Oh, right.
Open.
I can do that. He kind of waddles his way over and then hops up onto his stool. What can I do? What's the situation?
First, I'm keeping your distance from them. The stories you heard about the fear that you need to have around us is very apparent with them. They're not going to be as cordial and upfront and friendly with you. So if you don't see anyone that is one sitting here or Eliza, Stakes, any of the Hellhounds, Terrence.
What are y'all breeding?
Avoid.
Like rabbits out here? You just keep mentioning new names over and over again.
I figured you admit they've seen these people. You're telling me you have no idea who these people are? Like, who are you trying to bullshit right now? Yeah.
No
fuck you.
one.
Yeah. So if you see someone else out there doing something, if you can keep your ear to the ground and you see it, say something. But I also don't want you guys going out and seeking them to get this information. I know you guys are out in the city and doing things. I know. I just have to say it for my own peace of mind.
Oh no, what do you think we are, stupid? Like, we don't go wandering into the fucking wolf's mouth. Like, we know how to keep our distance. If we can't see it from afar, it ain't worth seeing.
A word of warning from one of the wolves. These wolves look for things to bite on. And as much as you were very cheeky, cousin, with our introduction, that sort of thing, if you did this to this cult, they would be tearing out the wall to get to you.
The only reason any of you know that we're here is that Rat told us it'd be okay. So trust me, we're not looking to go making friends with anyone else. Our friend group has already grown surprisingly larger than our liking.
I just want to be sure.
I appreciate it. Your concern is noted, and I will take it back to the others to say, hey, did you hear what this guy said about us? It's so nice.
I just don't want Gavin getting mad saying that I'm having his kids go out and putting him into danger, because I don't need Gavin mad at me either.
That is something you certainly don't want. So,
He'll look towards Izzy, Gavin's big rat dad, basically.
Rat dad. Is that an official term for the cousins, or is that something you just came up with?
That was off the top of my head, but that's basically how he's been described to me. So I just see him as big rat daddy. It's kind of what I assume Gavin is.
Izzy looks to Skeeter.
Skeeter
Confirm
just
or deny?
nods his head, pretty much saying that's the gist of it.
If I ever meet this, I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Big
Gavin.
rat daddy. Oh, that one, yeah, Gavin.
If I ever meet Gavin and I say Big Rat Daddy, you can't get mad at me.
No, I don't think he'd even get mad at you. He's not that type.
Hey, makes introductions pretty easy for me then.
Yeah. It's hard to get easily insulted when you are already living in a gutter. So, you know, gotta have tough skin. Speaking of which, I couldn't help but overhear your frustration, Jace. What's happening? What's going on?
A miscommunication on what I thought were directives given. So clean up. One of the fun aspects of leadership is, even though it's not my mess, it is my mess, and I have to clean it up.
Okay. Can I ask you a query?
I don't think I could stop you.
Were you or were you not at one time given some direct communication from the higher ups not to get involved with a particular group of individuals, so you got another group to do it for you?
I don't know what you're talking about. I merely brokered an overall conversation, and what the other group had taken from that, that's not up to me. I said some words and they interpreted it their way. That's how I see it.
I think one thing that we all have in common as children of Rat is if you see an opportunity or a loophole, you take it. And you take whatever consequences come with it. You sent a rat into a den of wolves, and a big slice of cheese fell right in front of them. Now, either You trust the rat's judgment that they knew what they were doing, that they took an opportunity that they saw that could be beneficial, or you don't, in which case that's a much bigger managerial issue you've got to deal with, because if you can't trust your fellows, you shouldn't be having those fellows doing anything. Put them in a box, or, you know, keep them at home and teach them how to do what you want them to do.
The issue isn't taking and seizing opportunity. If anything, I push that. It's what's attached to the opportunity that they went and seized and didn't take an account for everything else that being dragged along with it.
How do you know? Have you talked to them? Maybe they did know what the consequence would be. Maybe part of that consequence was part of the reasoning. Or maybe they were reckless. I can't say either way. I have seen both. I have done both.
As far as Quinn's report made mention, he just said he saw the sapling at the center of the camp. I hesitate to use the word cairn. It took people explaining to me what the importance was. I don't think Quinn necessarily knew. He maybe just saw something, a trophy in the middle, and decided, that looks important enough.
It's possible. It's just the fact of was told one thing, did the thing, and then add additional caveats of their own. That's where the issue is lying. I don't want to call it a selfish, very reckless, I would go with. But the fact of going out and purposely looking and causing more mischief.
Was it mischief or was it a statement?
Can they not be both?
Of course they can. But from what I've come to understand of this whole situation, they were bullying you. They were just taking whatever they wanted, including a guru, if I heard that correctly at one point. One of...
Child the Gaia, yeah.
Yeah. So, as far as they were concerned, they were untouchable. And you would fold at anything that they did. Maybe responding a black eye with a black eye shows them that they're not just as untouchable. Plus, you don't know what they know. You don't know what they think. Maybe they think it was something else. I don't know. Maybe they didn't care in the long run. Until you have all the information, it's very easy to cast judgment on the situation. But again, you sent a rat to do what rats do best. Do you trust them or don't you?
I do.
Then maybe, rather than getting your little pampas in a wad, maybe you get to the bottom of it. Get all the information first. I know you're a leader, you feel responsible, you feel everything that's done weighs down upon you. I get it. I have the weight of the leech world on my back right now because I decided to think, oh, these guys are cool, they won't do anything reckless and stupid.
Yeah, that one's all you.
Yeah, I'm aware. Don't worry, I've been having nightmares about it. But the point is, don't put the cart ahead of the horse. Maybe there's some good that can become from this. We have turned much worse situations into better things. That's what we do. That's what Rat wants us to do. We could look at a gutter and just be like, oh, it's a gutter, everything sucks, or we could make that gutter home and use it for everything every advantage it provides. Besides,
I will
if
talk.
they come and wreck you for it, they were going to do it anyway. They just needed an excuse.
You're not wrong. I just didn't want to expedite the excuse.
I understand that. But also, if they do put value into this little plant, maybe you have a bargaining chip. Whether it's to get back your lost guru or to ensure that whatever arrangement they made goes smoothly. Or maybe it's just a plant. And they'll pick up camp and move since you found out where the camp is.
I enjoy the glass half full aspect you have going.
Brother, if we didn't live that way, we probably all would have offed ourselves a while ago. To be completely honest, this world isn't exactly the most comforting place to be anymore.
Not yet, it isn't.
Not yet. But again, what can we do? What would you like from us? You have kept us safe, you have done nothing to insult or offend us, and you've been pretty cool about my whole fuck up with the leeches, so, thanks for that. So what do you need?
If push comes to shove, and they do make a push for the cairn, can I get your backing?
Always. And it's because it's you asking. I don't know if the lawyer came asking for that, I'd be like as comfortable with the idea, but family helps family, right?
That's right. And as far as the lawyer goes, her voice echoes mine and then vice versa.
Okay. I'm not even going to begin to do the long division on that statement, but
The maths.
I'm sure. I'm sure it does.
If you do come across anything, you hear anything, just let one of us know. So that way we can be better prepared for whatever their plan of attack is. And for the leech thing, just try and keep them under wraps.
But now they seem to be okay. Although word has reached me that one of them may have gone missing. But that's not important to any of you, and you don't care about none of that.
One less. Cool.
That's what I figured you'd say. I think if you're open to my advice, which so far it seems like you have been, the best course of action is to find out why this plant bears any importance, or is it just a plant? If it was at the center of their little camp, if it was something that they reacted very negatively to being taken, that means it has an important meaning. What is it? And how can you use that? If it's important enough, they'll do anything they can to preserve it. So if they come marching up to the door, demanding the return or threatening to attack, you have a couple of prune shears handy, you can make them think twice real quick.
You have a bit of a plant guru at home, so have her look at it, and maybe she knows something. If not, then yeah, maybe it is just a fucking plan. And if it is something more, it is a bargaining chip. I just don't know how big of one, so I'll look into it and try and figure out what's going on with it.
I have learned amongst your kind, the only thing that's respected is strength. You can be political till the sun comes up. You can be, welcoming and respectful all you like. But if you don't show some kind of strength, you're just another prey. We
You're not wrong.
don't show strength. We're perfectly happy staying where we're at. We're happy being overlooked. We're happy being ignored. We're happy no one knowing our existence. But amongst your kind, especially as I've learned more about the War of Rage and the Impergium and all that kind of shit, strength is everything.
Now you're learning all the fun stuff.
Gavin knows a great deal. And I have been a lot more open to hearing about the Guru ever since, becoming friends with them. Before it was just like a warning, a cautionary tale. Now it's just like, oh, context.
Yeah, we had our reasons. They weren't good, but we had them.
But hindsight's 2020 too. At the time, what was the reason? And it must have been good enough because they actually did it. Now, well, it's easy to judge the past based off of the results.
Right.
I think the War of Rage was a terrible idea because obviously it affected my kind and the kinds of the other Pharaoh, but they must have thought there was a good reason for it.
With asking for your help, I know that you willingly give it. The last time you helped, you did ask for a big... Oh, speaking of which, one of the big focal points on why you do have that new fun toy in the back, and he'll kind of tap Izzie's shoulder. This guy here was a huge help. So with the way that they were set up in that building, by the way, next to each other all the way, and not a whole lot of room to move. So one, Jester got under it and went and basically pressed it. And then this guy went and picked it up, and you can't shake, it can make way too much noise. We can't alert the two people who were there, even though the fucking place was closed. Picks it up over his shoulders and just shoulder press and walks it out.
It was nothing.
So what you're telling me is I could have 5 pinball machines in the back and I only got 1 out of the deal?
You asked for 1, you got 1.
Fine.
It's following the deal.
Well, yeah, I mean, you had to bring some muscle. I didn't expect those little spaghetti noodle arms of yours, even in your big form, to be any good in this situation.
I was just a pair of eyes. That's all I was in there.
And that's why we work as a pack.
Right.
Well, you have my thanks and my gratitude. We have enjoyed it quite thoroughly.
Is my signature still on there?
No, it has been replaced with cock and dick many times over.
Oh.
Oh, your signature, yes. No, I'm sorry, I thought you meant the high scoreboard. Yes, of course your signature's still on there.
Oh. I'm honestly flattered. I thought you would have wiped that away, but thank you.
Why?
Funny Garu glyphs. I don't know.
No, it's hot.
Hey. On the subject, though, of your assistance, if you don't mind, Jason.
How about it? There's no hierarchy here. Just talk.
Well, I'm sorry, are we supposed to be going down the minutes and do we have a syllabus for today or what?
Well, you see the person behind the bar serving the drinks, they're obviously the leader, and then the one who has already gotten their drinks, they're the second, and...
Gotcha.
And we had the guy with the peanuts.
Specifically for your larger cousin family, the words are sort of running together. The Ratkin. What exactly can you provide? I need to know, ideally, specifics. That way I can ask specific things of you rather than creating layers of confusion, because the last thing I want to do is impose on you unnecessarily and make it seem like I'm a big dumb wolf idiot who doesn't know how to use you.
Well, we're not weak, per se, but we're not as strong as you. So if you're looking for us to be soldiers, you're probably looking at the wrong place. But if you were looking at scouts, spies, intelligence gathering,
Patrols?
yeah, we can do that. That's not too difficult.
I already have a use for you.
Well, great. Yeah, I mean, we're good eyes and ears to have, and in a pinch, we can be good fighters, but we're more like flankers rather than front line. You don't want us right up front because, well, we only get so big, not your kind of big. But yeah, I mean, I think that patrols is easy enough. We already have been kind of doing the job in the city at least, so if you need a little bit more than that, that's perfectly possible, doable.
That would be a great boon for us. And something that I would honestly say, if Jason doesn't offer it here, let me offer it. That would be a major favor from me. Right now, given the number of Garu at our cairn, it is a lot of hours just spent walking around making sure that the last time you circled that log, the new moss isn't out of place, indicating that someone maybe crept through. Just a lot of tension building for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no problem. We can do that. We'll send a couple out at a time and just have them make a sweep and, make a few sweeps and then come back and swap out. Yeah, it's no problem. It's the least we can do. Those leeches going poking at your doorstep didn't make me feel very comfortable.
No, it did not for any of us. Random question. Obviously, I won't ask you to provide the exact numbers you might be dealing with, obviously, respecting your secrets as rats. However, if a fight does happen, and I know you said you're not frontline fighters, do you know how to use guns? Because those tend to be pretty good eveners, even against Garu.
Let me guess, you point the end with the hole at the bad guy and you press the little button that makes the bullet go. I've seen
and you
movies.
make sure the little switch is off. You don't want to try shooting with the safety on.
Got it. Yeah, no, I've seen movies. I'm pretty sure it's pretty straightforward.
Hey, making sure.
Appreciate it.
And last thing I can think of for you, Skeeter. Do you want to hang out sometime? I assume you know where the cairn is.
I mean, I know the general vicinity. I have not been invited into the area proper. Full disclosure, we have gone poking, trying to find things, and we end up getting lost. So, I guess.
Good.
It must mean things are working the way they should. But, I mean, I'd be more than humbled and happy to come visit.
Do I believe him, Kent?
Roll me a wits and insight.
I assume rage is at 1.
Yeah.
One success.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Great. Jason, obviously your current acting leader. Certainly inviting the cousins over is something in the future for fairer relations, right?
In the future, maybe when we don't have a big target on it.
That is true. But also keep in mind that we are going to be asking them to patrol our perimeter. So
Correct. Outside the barn, just fine. Going inside, it's more than just walking in. The spirits within the area itself are told to keep things out. And so trying to bring other things in, I don't want to muddy the waters at all. Nothing against you, Skeeter, nothing against the other rats. Around the outside, I'm totally fine with. It's just going in, if you guys were to have something trailing and follow and come in, it's an extra body we have to keep an eye on.
No offense taken. There's a reason we haven't taken you back to see Gavin yet. I get it. It's totally fine. Privacy's a thing. Although, I can't help this nagging question in my head. how did they know where to go? Like, we didn't tell them. I didn't tell them what was off limits, what wasn't. Like, I didn't give them any specifics like that. I just said, like, hey, stick to your little area, and if you go anywhere else, all bets are off. But how did they find you?
A great question.
Maybe
Out
it's
of
something to
character.
consider.
Yeah, out of character. Charles, and by extension, Stakes, when they brought in Valentina, they didn't make mention of any information like that, right? Like how they, the leeches decided to try
Not
to...
super specifically, no. Nothing too specific. They just said that they sought out help. Just something to consider and wonder about, because it has been tickling my brain for quite some time. And I don't like not knowing things.
I get that.
You know what else is something that our enemies happen to know? That our leadership was out of town.
That is a very big problem, because that means you've got a leak somewhere.
Yep.
Izzy looks over to Jason. Is this where you reveal your grand scheme?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, you're also dealing with spirits, and if they are also Guru, they also deal with spirits, so could be, I mean, that does make it a little bit more complicated. Spirits, as far as I know, and I'm not the spiritual type, but as far as I've gathered, they don't have loyalty to anyone. That kind of loyalty is hard to get. And if they're given enough incentive, they'll spill the beans. So just a possibility to consider, but from the sounds of it, you guys are locked up pretty tight, so maybe not that angle, but I don't know.
Regardless, word did get out. The spiritual one, I wouldn't say they live transactionally, but they work that way. They don't have to, but they definitely work within transactions. So if they have a theurge over there or someone who is more spiritually inclined, it's a possibility that some words were given out about what's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what the tree is about. An exchange or an offering, or you take our tree, then we'll give you this info.
Jason, if that's true, if like a spirit's what tipped off the cult, would that go our way too? Would we be able to make some sort of obligation to the spirits to figure out which spirit is the one who spilled the beans?
Yes and no. Can definitely talk to the spirits about figuring out who has been spending more time over in this certain area. And now that we have a location, we can kind of pinpoint and ask different spirits about who's been traveling back and forth between here and there. We might be able to figure out something or pinpoint a select group of spirits. But also spirits like keeping to themselves, especially if they've been working with a certain individual. Like Skeeter said, loyalty is a hard thing to come by with a spirit, but if someone has been working with one in particular, they're going to have that rapport built up. It's going to be hard to try and break that bond that's there, even if it has been based on transactions.
Okay.
But
well,
no, that's good though. I can I'll talk with Eliza and I'll bring it up to Delphine too, and we'll get all the spiritual people involved and try and see what we can weed out from what's been leaked within the cairn.
Well, also, it doesn't necessarily have to be within the cairn. Your people have been spending a lot of time in Ybor lately. That's a whole new bag of ears and possibilities and opportunities, and that one isn't as locked up tight as your current place of residence.
talk with Delphine.
Yeah, just thought I'd put those suspicions out there because, again, it's driving me fucking crazy not knowing how they found out, because that makes me look bad. And I want to know what they did and who they got it from. But if I find out anything, I'll let you know.
And if we find out who leaked it, be sure to let you know so you can handle things the rat way.
I very much appreciate it. Well, if there's nothing else, I should probably skedaddle. But yeah, I'll make sure some of my people get looking in the grander area around your place. We won't push too far in unless a little bit of curiosity, and then we get lost again and we find our way out. It's just the way it works. But yeah, I will try to press upon them the importance of not going where they're not invited, and to just keep an eye on the greater area around. But if you do see any rats wandering in the woods, don't eat them, or tell your more puppy akin ones to maybe not eat them.
I'll
We'll be sure
definitely
to put
pass
it
that
down.
along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rats are good to go for the time being. I think just leave them alone.
Possums. Okay. Raccoons. Yeah. Rats? No.
Well, we got you back. Obviously. It's the least we can do considering the shit show. Like I said, talk to Stakes. Maybe there's some motivation there you don't know, or some information you don't have. Just as we can be sneaky, we're cousins for a reason. Maybe there's something you haven't quite heard yet or found out. That's just my advice.
No, it's good. I'll have a sit down with Stakes. Her and I have a mutual understanding as far as meetings, pizza and beer, and we're usually thick as thieves.
Well, there you go. All right, save some of that pizza and beer for me. But anyway, I'm out. Take care. I'll send some people your way.
Thank you again. Hope to see you soon, cuz.
Indeed. He slips off the stool and slinks his way back towards the back room, and you can even hear the back door, the fire escape door, open and close as he departs. As the two of you are left, is there anything you'd like to say to each other before we move on?
Izzy does. He waits until, the door closes in a good 10 or 15 seconds as he returns to his cup, casting an eye at Jason before speaking up. Hey, so I didn't want to bring it up in the presence of Skeeter. As much as I enjoy meeting other defenders of Gaia, it felt like something pack-centric. Obviously, you are the leader in this moment, and I trust you, and please know that all my considerations and such are done in the service to make sure that you have the most knowledge of both your packmates and the situation. I didn't want to make you feel like I was just coming on to you or agreeing to be antagonistic.
Izzy, you can speak freely around me, man. I'm not gonna take it personally. I want you to say what you feel, because if you sugarcoat things, it's not gonna come across the way that you're intending. I want you to be straight up with me.
Okay. So, obviously I'm not currently leader, but I used to be. And if you were, and I'm not saying you should, but I'm saying if you were to deal with this development involving Quinn and Stakes stealing this branch, you got to know the layers here. Yes, the Hellhounds technically came from our cairn, but much in the same way so many have come and gone from the echoing roots, it becomes harder and harder to gauge that degree of responsibility. Like, yes, respect your elders. Litany tells that God knows how much. But as far as direct lines of command, that gets kind of hazy, especially now that they're out of the cairn. I would be very understanding, especially in regards to it's Delphine, right? Delphine's the current leader for the Hellhounds.
Correct.
Obviously, you're top dog right now, but when you do chat with her, understand that any baggage you might have about this decision, you might have to entrust to her to deal with.
It's the fun part of being leader is delegating. But no, you're right. They are outside of our cairn. It's just the umbrella effect here. They're still underneath.
It's murky, yeah.
So I can leave it up to Delphine, though. I'll just have to let her know my feelings on it. But I do need to have a chat with Stakes and see where their head was at. Because if there was a reason for what happened, it's going to adjust how I'm going to bring this up to Delphine.
Yeah. But how did I do? Should I have been more scowls and teeth?
I don't know if that would have worked well. He probably would have seen that and then left, and then we wouldn't know anything. We just thought he'd be running very late. So no, you did great. With the ratkin, they respond well to warm smiles and big eyes. The snarl and drool and stuff kind of turns them away. There's a time and place for it, and they understand that. But they're a lot like us. They're part of the fight, and they understand the risks. But we need them just as much as they need us.
I can see that. Rat and unicorn.
The combination, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now help me wipe down these bars. I'm going to be opening here soon.
I thought you already finished wiping him down. You were wiping him down for like an hour.
Well, tables and stuff. You're here, clean.
Okay, where's the soap?
So as the two of you get to cleaning up the bar, there's a lot of questions for sure that came from this conversation. What was the motivation to go against instructions to seize an opening? Who's the leak? How do they know where the cairn is? How did they know the leadership was out of town? And also, could that be exploited to go both ways? Snitches get stitches, but snitches are also the best informants and can be turned stateside. Maybe it's time to find a snitch. With that, we transition to our last scene of the first half of tonight's story. Aspen. After the events that happened on the training grounds, you weren't given the same locked away treatment. You're a Silverfang after all, and this is your family's abode. And while you may have been a little bit brash in the statement that you made by going out to the center of the arena, Artie assures you that things are okay and smoothed over, that the truth catcher is going to come and talk to Jester and you to just make sure that there wasn't any malicious intent in what had occurred and to just smooth things over. But for the most part, you have been asked to remain within the manor itself, not to go outside of the grounds until you can talk to the truth catcher, which gives you a little bit of freedom to roam. Now, of course, you did spend a good amount of time in your room catching up on all of the messages and sending several more of your own. But also, you had a mission of your own, a desire of your own to fulfill. Why don't you give us an insight into what Aspen is feeling as things calm down after the events of the training ground?
Aspen had the idea in her head that her presence within Vermont would be a help and not a hindrance. That whatever crazy things would happen within the walls would be hers to clean up, not hers to make. So she is feeling a little sheepish, and she feels badly for what happened, but also she doesn't disbelieve what she had to say. It just came out at the wrong time. She usually has more decorum than that, but seeing all of the back and forth and the petty squabbles and what this all has become, it just eats at her a little bit. And it also eats at her that this is her own tribe. This is her own people, really, that are doing this. And it's unfortunate. And mostly she feels upset and feels bad that she's made this maybe a little bit harder on Charles. So she's seeking out Charles after going through what had happened and how she can eat crow in this moment with Charles.
So as you wander the halls, you get direction towards Charles's room. This is your tribe, but your knowledge of your tribe, your exposure to your tribe was fairly limited to what Matthias showed you. And as you're coming to learn through being here, Matthias is kind of a black sheep in the eyes of the Silver Fangs, in the eyes especially of the court of Albrecht, descendant of Morningkill, of which Matthias bears the same name. As you reach the door outside of Charles's room, at the far opposite end of the hallway from your rooms, you can hear, even through this heavy wooden door, the sound of bones snapping as they are set into place. So much so that it seems to be quite a loud noise coming, and you hear a slight grunt from behind the door. What do?
She'll hesitate for a moment, but will knock.
I don't need anything, Elias, thank you.
It's Aspen.
A moment later, the door opens and you see Charles standing in the doorway. He has no shirt on at the moment, and you can actually see some of the bruising has settled along his ribs, and that the bulges that were coming out of it before that you saw have gone away, have settled. The only real obvious remainder of damage is a very dark black eye on his face as he holds the door open and says, "Come in."
Yeah, let me help. And she'll go to reach out for his face.
He doesn't flinch or move away.
I will do Mother's Touch.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Three.
Okay. You see the bruising fade from around his eye. The purple around his ribs also start to fade back into that pale pink of his skin. He gives you a nod of appreciation as he moves further into the room and heads over to where a shirt is draped over a chair, and he starts to pick it up and put it on. Jester, okay?
I haven't gotten a whole lot of conversations with her, but Artie's going to check on her.
Good. I worry that she might think... Doesn't matter. Are you all right?
I'm fine. I mean, I didn't end up in a scrap, so I'm okay.
Fair enough. Victor Ironoth came to see me. Actually, not that long before you arrived, and surprisingly wanted to apologize. He realized that he let his frustration and the embarrassment of what happened in Tampa get the better of him, and it wasn't going to help my case to take the throne if he embarrassed me in front of the court, and even regrets what he did to Jester.
So he's going to apologize to Jester?
I impressed that upon him, and he is going to take some time to get to a place that he can do so, yes.
Okay. Well, at least there's something there. Are you okay? It, like you said, didn't seem like just training.
You see a small smile curve at his lips, and he says, "Would you believe me if that's not the worst one I've gotten?"
Unfortunately, yes, I would believe you.
I knew it was coming. I welcomed it.
Why?
So that none of you had to. That's my job as an Arun, isn't it?
What do you mean? Your job as an Arun?
I protect as well as attack. And if I am supposed to be viewed as some sort of king, what kind of king would I be if I delegated punishment to those that are undeserving?
I understand that, but also protecting doesn't necessarily mean taking the brunt of everything for yourself.
I know.
It's not, I didn't come here to, push my agenda as I already have in a wonderful act of defiance to this place. I just wanted to come and say that I apologize. I think I might have made all of this a little bit harder on you.
Aspen, you don't have to apologize for anything. What you're saying is what you've wanted to say. What you're saying is what's needed to be said. It was a very unique way to do it, but it made an impact, and the court will be talking about it for a great deal of time to come. Sometimes a break of indecorum, as I'm coming to learn, is necessary for progress. Now, has it certainly sped up the agenda? Most likely, yes. I would never have expected Iron Oath to come apologizing for anything. He didn't technically do anything wrong. I wanted to see if I could beat him. Part of it was my idea.
Very small part. He was already talking about it before you guys ever left.
Normally he wouldn't be tasked with a job such as that, but I had kept them waiting so long. They clearly thought dire measures were necessary. It's the consequences of my own actions, Aspen. And
So
I
what
am
you're
not
saying-
upset by them.
So what you're saying is, what Jester and I had done is actually super helpful to your whole situation, and you should be thanking us, really.
I don't know if I'd go that far. But regardless, I'm all right. I really am. And if you do see Jester, please tell her I'm fine and I'm not upset. I'm, if anything, amused at her attempt to take on Iron Oath. That it would only take a loss of control for her to try to. But I'm not upset. I didn't come here with any decision made about what I was going to do. And all this shows me is how lucky I am for what I have. So I suppose, yes, thank you, Aspen.
I mean, I think we're both on the same page, right? That this is awful.
I could see why you'd say that. Certainly. But this is what I grew up with. So it's a little bit more normal for me.
I didn't say normal. I said awful.
It is uncomfortable.
Still afraid to say what you need to say in this place?
To be honest, I'm torn. Still. Even after the beatings, even after the judgmental gazes, this was once my home. This was once my family. And that's not easily released or forgotten. And if anything, at times I pity all of them for what they're missing out on, for what I almost missed out on. It's easy to view the members of this court as the villains. But just as much as you and I, they are survivors, trying to fight a war that is seemingly endless and is continuing to lose ground on. And that can cause certain rash behaviors, that could cause certain urgency. Hoglosk and Hirano doesn't always show itself obviously like the cult or the stargazers. It creeps up.
But if it's been like this for this long, then why don't they try something different? Anything different?
Maybe in their mind they are.
With you?
With me, with the future queen. They're desperate. But they're proud. And Guru culture doesn't show weakness. Very rarely does it admit it's wrong.
Doesn't it seem, though, that they're trying to keep... Their desperation is to keep their own status quo and not what the whole of the Guru Nation needs?
I may be asking this of the wrong person, but if the Guru Nation were to ask you to give up your law license, your firm, everything that you've worked to build your entire life, because it would be good for the fight, and maybe at the time it seems true, doesn't make it easy. Legacy is important here. And I know that wasn't a primary part of your teaching, as it should have been, where you taught appropriately, and he even does the air quotes. But this is their life. This is everything they know. And very few of them have had any opportunity to learn anything different. Again, I pity them for it.
Is it our obligation to show them otherwise, though?
Is it?
I stated that as a question because I don't know.
I echo the question because I also don't know. We could, but they could easily write it off as lack of control, as radical ideas, as what's exactly wrong outside of this place. Proud also means stubborn. And you know that very well. You didn't need to be taught that.
Could I suggest something without overstepping?
Would you do it anyway if I said no?
Probably, but it's always good to ask. I'm learning some things.
Aspen, I've never wanted you to hold back. I don't expect you to start now.
I think, regardless of your choice, and I think we all know where I stand on your choice, but again, it's your choice. But regardless of your choice, you have to show them the kind of king or not king you want to be and what kind of nation you want to see in the future. And I see you silent in many of these moments that could be impactful.
I thought maybe it would be different when I came back, that I'd feel different, that I could bring all that fire and change that I've experienced in Tampa, but being here, he looks around the very sterile room, even in its antiquity. It reminds me of the responsibility. It makes me feel like that child again. That young man who set out into the world to prove that he deserved this, that he had earned it, not that he was just given it because of his name or his bloodline.
But you're not that kid anymore. You've learned a lot. And I think for better or worse, they should see who you are now. Who knows, maybe you show them who you are and they don't even want it. But either way, you show them who you are.
That's partially what I'm afraid of. If they don't want it, am I dooming my family, my legacy, my tribe to failure?
I think Jester's taught both of us that being who you are should be accepted. And if not, is that a place you want to be? Is that something you want to be a part of?
This is also a part of who I am. I'm not disagreeing with you, Aspen, but this is what's going on in my mind. This is what I'm struggling with. This is as much a part of me as everything that's happened in Tampa.
I understand that.
And this is my family still. Just as much as all of you are, maybe a little less, depending on the day, but all Guru are my family. Isn't that the problem, is that we've lost sight of that?
I think that is a big problem. And I think a lot of the ones here have lost sight of that. So that's a complicated answer. But maybe Artie has a big influence on me, and I know that this is your family, but you've learned more, and you can't fall back into who you were to appease people because you don't want to show them who you are.
I know you're right. I do. I am shocked and also proud at who I've become, what I've learned, because if anything, it accomplished exactly what I'd set out to do. It taught me exactly what I needed to know. What is the real world like outside of this place, outside of this sept? What does the Guru Nation truly need? Because my whole life, it's been a question. And a question that this place has been unable to answer effectively as more and more have left, and it's fallen further apart. I struggle because the falcon in me, the silver fang in me, says I need to do this. Even if it is shifting course, shifting direction, this is the place I'm meant to do it from. If I want to save it, I can't do it there.
I just feel like and I understand all of that. I'm not trying to sway you one way or another for your choice. It's not, I know I couldn't even if I wanted to, but I think the biggest devastation would be to lose Charles in all of it. The one we know.
Well, first, Aspen, let's be entirely honest. Yes, you are trying to sway my decision, but it's for me, and I'm grateful for that. You're saying what the other side of me is already saying, and I do need to and appreciate hearing it. And I think you'd miss me if I wasn't there.
I don't know. Don't go too far. I'm really not, though. Like I said, it's not my choice to make, and I don't want to make it for you. My biggest concern is losing you, the you that we all know, regardless of your choice. Because if you take this and you appease and you do it in a way that they want, then it's not you, Charles. It's what they want. It's not what you want. You're doing what they want. And if it's a choice you make, I support you. But I want it to be the choice that you make, not the child, not the young kid inside of you that is afraid to choose for themselves.
There's a lot about this place that I resent. He looks around almost a little bit paranoid in saying those words. But just as much, or if not more so, there are things that I'm grateful for. Those beatings made it so I could ensure that no one else has to. So I could save you, Jester, Jason, Arthur.
Artie would call that a trauma response, but continue.
It's strange that I miss the old Artie sometimes. If I hadn't learned that, where would we be? Would we have even met? And would I have had to watch Jester die? Or watch us fail aboard the ship to stop Bloody Mary? Would I have had to have watched Arthur die because I couldn't protect him while he was doing what he was doing aboard the boat, which I'm still not entirely sure what that was.
I don't think there's anything wrong with what you've learned from that and being appreciative of where it's gotten you. But I think discernment to know where the good stops and the bad begins is also important. And I think we're both on this aggravating, irritating journey of finding the middle ground and, I don't know, seeing all of it all at once.
You taught me a very important lesson in Tampa, one that I wouldn't have even considered before. Compromise. Sometimes we have to compromise to accomplish an end goal. I would never have made a treaty with the leeches. I would have believed I could have handled all of the factors foolishly, I know. Arrogantly, for certain. Sometimes we have to do the thing we don't want to do to accomplish the goal that we do.
I agree.
I know change needs to happen. I don't think we achieve it by shouting in a battle ring, by losing control, or by leaving. If we're going to change, we have to find a way to change from within, because they can shut their eyes and cover their ears and ignore what we're doing all they like. And I believe it would be to their demise. And I don't know if I can sit by and let that happen. I don't know.
I don't envy your choice, Charles. And in your shoes, I've thought about this quite a bit. I don't know what I would choose. I don't.
I find more and more the similarities in us. The reluctant leaders, those who were destined for something that they didn't believe they could do or wanted to do, but do it because it's necessary. And someone has to, and better someone we know than someone we don't.
Exactly.
I hear and appreciate you, and I certainly haven't made a decision. But one thing that I do know, undoubtedly, is that I won't forget or ignore what you and Jester and Tampa has done for me, how it's changed me. I just hope I can further that message to help change others too. Because like it or not, we need them. We do. If we have any chance of winning. And I don't know if symbolically spitting in their face will accomplish that goal, or whether it will further us from it.
It's a hard choice to make. And you asked me earlier if it came down to it and if it was for the better of our sept, would I get rid of my law license? And I think on a very, very small scale, similar to what you're going through. And I can honestly say I don't know. I'd consider it. And I probably would if it meant that everyone else would benefit from it. So convincing you, maybe trying to convince you is trying to convince myself as well. Because I get it, Charles, I do. It's an awful situation to be in.
Unfortunately, in this particular situation, the law license is my freedom. And Tampa.
Right.
On a lighter note, if I do accomplish this, if I do make this decision, Tampa will get all of the support it needs. So that's something.
Yeah, but then that means that you're in control, and we all know that I'm really bad at giving control to other people. So I don't know how much I like that. Really, actually, this is an easy decision for me. You say no, because then that means I have to answer to you, and I don't want that.
Who's not influencing who now? Thank you, Aspen, for everything, including this. Don't know if it made anything easier, but knowing how much you care, knowing how much you worry, means something. Means a great deal. Because it's different than expectation. And that's what I'm used to.
You're stuck with all of us, regardless of the choice you make, so get used to it.
I'm glad for that. It means I won't make the wrong choice either way. Well, I think I need some time to rest. But please, when you see Jester, let her know nothing's changed. And if anything, it's one of the reasons I fell for her.
I'll let her know.
Good.
And I'll tell her you look great and you took it like a champ and you look just fine.
A bit of a forewarning, though. The Truthseeker, the Truth Catcher that you're going to speak to, he is the Get you've heard about. I don't know if that makes things better or worse.
I did make that connection between the conversation I had with Seraphine and the one with Elias. That'll be interesting. Also, the Iron Oath's wife. The stick. Did you see that?
No. What do you mean?
The bone she had, she cracked it, and it changed the dynamic.
Can't even begin to discern what's in a Theurge's bag at any given time, but it may have saved Jester's life.
But why she had it beforehand is strange.
It is.
To anticipate all of that happening is a lot of variables.
That does make me wonder, were they hoping it would happen? Or were they expecting it? Or was it just a precaution just in case?
Or did they have it prepared for you for some reason or another? There's many questions around that.
Yes. I'll have to think on it and look harder at the situation. Something is definitely wrong here. And it's more than just the obvious.
You think if I push Elias enough, he'll spill all the beans?
Elias is loyal to the king, my grandfather. I think he will only give what he's willing to. He's not weak by any means. Having to be a Ghislaine surrounded by Garou for as many years as he has been, that requires a certain strength I can only begin to comprehend.
Especially in this place.
Especially in this place. But he's a good man. A good Ghislaine. And loyal to the nation. Or at least the nation as it was once. If he doesn't say it, there's probably a good reason. Or he doesn't know.
Okay.
I would caution you, though. Don't push him too hard, because others might be expecting you to. And just as he might show favor towards me and towards my associates, he also has favor towards them, too.
Delicate hand. I got it. I'll make sure not to scream at people in the middle of a training session.
As I said, it will be memorable, and they will talk about it for a long time to come, one way or the other. Thank you, Aspen. And I won't let anything happen to either of you while you're here. And Artie, I suppose, as well.
And regardless of your protestation, we're not going to let anything happen to you either.
Where were you before the beating began?
Getting information from Elias to try to figure something out about this crazy place.
Well, then I suppose I can thank you for the broken ribs.
And also thank me, for fixing them. So
That is
little give and
very
take.
true. Very true. He moves over to the door now, the shirt draped over his shoulders. I'll see you very soon. And please pass along my words to Jester as soon as possible. I know she is likely feeling many feelings right now.
I will. And anything else you want to pass along when you feel like you can't. I'm absolutely happy to be a messenger between the two of you.
Thank you. As you step out into the hallway, the door quietly shutting behind you, what is Aspen feeling after all of this?
Aspen still, she's happy that he wasn't as upset as she thought maybe he might be. But she also understands the air that he's trying to keep here. And, but she doesn't see a lie in the fact that he doesn't hold any sort of resentment or anger towards that. There's still the selfishness in her that wants to make sure he comes back and to, poo-poo away the responsibility because there's bigger ideologies around that, and this is just a symbol of everything she wants to say to the old nation. But that's selfish. It's not realistic. And it's also not what she would do if she was in that situation. So she gets it. And it makes it a little bit harder, but she wants to do everything she can to support her pack here, and whatever that means. So she's just gonna keep doing her best.
It wouldn't be the Sept of the Evening Star if every few steps forward didn't come with a step back. If anything, it's par for the course. With this, we go to break, and when we return, the leader of the Tampa Guru Nation meets the leader of the Tampa Camarilla. Be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves in a shadowy boardroom at the Armature Works, the common meeting place between the Guru and the Kindred. And at this particular time, the Guru are short-handed in comparison to the Kindred. But, as always, a truce still stands, even if it is a paper-thin truce at the moment. So Jace, as you arrive at the Armature Works, it's actually later than previous meetings have been, past the closing time of the Armature Works. And aside from a few janitorial staff down on the ground floor, there are a couple of armed guards at the top of the stairs by the entrance to the boardroom. What is Jason feeling before heading into this meeting, and what would he like to do in advance of it?
Looking throughout where he's parking his bike, he looking at the guards and then kind of eyeing them up. He pats down and feels where his pistol's sitting, thinking it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to bring it in, but those guys are definitely going to take it off of him. So to avoid that, he puts it into one of his saddlebags, locks it up, but he does pull out his phone and he sends a message out to Izzie and Eliza. Hey, I'm about to meet with one of the big wigs. If you don't hear back from me within an hour and a half, I'm at the Armature Works, or at least whatever's left of me. Smiley face.
Get a response from Eliza that says, just keep your head, you'll be fine.
That's the goal. And another smiley face, and he'll put his phone away, take a deep breath, and then before walking in, thinking about how he'd wanting to bring up this subject. It was during the meeting, it was brought up to be friendly as a neighbor to let him know. But Bateman is a creature that he doesn't normally have to deal with. So he needs to keep his wits about him, because there might be a variable here that Bateman is definitely going to throw at him. So he's wanting to make sure that he goes in with his tongue sharp and his wits even sharper.
As you mount the stairs to the second floor, the guards stop and wave a wand over you, do a very polite and professional pat down before stepping over to the door and opening it. In the ballroom, or in the boardroom, there is a long wooden table, plush leather chairs lining the sides. In the center of the table is one of those conference call phones, though it's never used in situations like this. And in fact, you can see that the cord to it has been disconnected and left off to the side. Seated at the table, as usual, is Edward Baitman in a expensive suit, too expensive to price. Perfectly tailored, perfectly cut and fit. And then, next to him, a man with a hood over his head, known to be the most horrifying and ugly individual ever seen. Masterson, his seneschal, the Nosferatu. As you enter, Bateman stands from his seat and looks to the doorway. And once he sees the door close behind you, you see the smallest smile tug at the corner of his lips. Mr. Thorne, alone this evening, are we? Where's Miss Weiss?
He has bigger fish to fry, so she sent puny old me.
Of course, why would she worry about matters such as this? Speaking of which, he gestures to one of the chairs across. let's discuss what prompted this meeting.
Yeah, let's do that. He'll walk over and he'll sit himself down and then look over towards Masterson. Like, all right, obviously this is going to go very differently than how Aspen handled it. Why doesn't your man talk?
I think you'll find that my associate prefers to listen.
Okay. I wouldn't know about strong, but maybe just silent type.
It's a curious thing right now. If I wanted to break the treaty, this would be an opportune moment to do so.
Well, you could, just like we could have broken it multiple times also. Is that something that you want to broker right now?
Not at all. Just a curious observation. This matter must not be of a great deal of importance if Aspen didn't see fit, or I should say Miss Weiss didn't see fit to attend to it. Perhaps it could have, as the youth say, been an email.
Could have been, but she said you're pretty old-fashioned and you like that face-to-face overall discussions. So that's why I'm here. But like I said, she's frying much bigger fish and didn't really see this one needing for her to come down and deal with you this time. So just me.
I'd say I'm insulted, but really I am very pleased to speak with you. I haven't felt like I've gotten to know you very well, Mr. Thorne. I look forward to remedying that.
I believe that's by design. I don't really let people get to know me too well. Much like how secrecy for yourself, I like keeping things under wraps on my end as well.
Very good. Then tell me, what prompted this encounter?
Well, Edward, there's an issue.
An issue?
So you brought up the overall treaty that we have, and Aspen's wanting to uphold that. But there are a new group that has come into town. They're older ideologies as far as what the gurus stand for. And because of that, they might go poking into areas that we've agreed our sept will not go into. So I just wanted to let you know that because of these other ones poking around, they're not associated with us. You know, keeping up our end of the agreement, passing on this information. I know that you guys have had some issues in the past about, especially recently since we arrived, overall strength and stuff, needing us to take care of some issues for you. And we do thank you very much for the iron. That was very helpful. But wanted to make sure that more of the guru coming in could not bode well for you. So just wanted to give you a heads up.
Do they worry you?
Worry is an interesting overall word. Their overall, where they align their thoughts about what to do with leeches, your kind, I don't have a problem with.
And you don't believe they are a threat to you?
I believe that the overall threat would indict something between you and I, or between our two opposing sides. With the agreement that we have set up, I didn't want other ones coming in and breaking that, thinking it was us. So that's the part I'm worried about.
You know, Jason, If you think you're in danger, we'd be more than happy to offer you and your associates hospitality and return the favor of protection.
No, I think we're all right. I'm more concerned about you guys because the ongoing issues. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. My history's a little fuzzy about things, but wasn't this area grew free for a while? And then some things happened. A big hitter got taken out. Leadership fell, and now you're in control, and more grew are coming in. I don't know how that bodes and looks for you. So, can you really offer overall protection when more of us are coming in? And I'm seeing less and less of you.
It's been some time since last we spoke, Mr. Thorne. We've made preparations just in case things got violent. I think you'll find we are much better equipped than we were. The problem with the past leadership leaving the back door open is any rodent or creature can find their way in, can't they? But before we go on forward, does Jace actually believe they're okay? Because if not, I need a manipulation and subterfuge when he said he's not worried about the cult.
No, he's very worried.
Of course, so roll me the roll.
Can my deflection specialty come into play here?
For sure.
Rage 1, 2?
I'd say you're definitely at a 2.
Okay.
In fact, I'm going to leave it up to you. Do you think you're at a 2 or a 3? Because this is not Jason's comfort zone.
That is a good point. He was sitting at a 2 till the mention of rodents just kind of coming in, and now he's at a good 3.
Okay.
Before I make this roll, can I do a ancestor roll to aid in this?
Sure. But you'd have to tell me which ancestor you'd call upon in this moment.
Henry A. de la Four. He was around during the 18th century French Revolution. He actually was with the Ratkin to overthrow the Ventrue and the Toreador.
Well played. Yes, you can make a ancestral roll before you make that roll.
And that one, I just rolled the dots that I have with that, and the amount of successes I get added to it, correct?
Yes.
So that's 2 successes.
Okay. So you can add 2 dice to your roll. As you're filled with rebellion against being controlled, revolution, overthrowing those that would consider themselves the elite.
That's 8 with a crit.
Huh. Well, the offer is always there, Mr. Thorne. All you have to do is ask.
Well, Edward, I do appreciate it, but I actually wanted to kind of extend that out to you. The area in which they're going to be hunting is going to be areas in which have a lot of your kind there. And it's not unlike you to be asking us to aid you in areas you don't want to be kind of getting your hands dirty. Can't really see your nails, but I assume that hard day's labor isn't really your thing. But if you wanted overall assistance, be willing to help out. But obviously, everything you are is transactionally based, so I would want something in return for it. Unless you think you can handle a bunch of really angry werewolves, and you say you're prepared, then by all means.
Why do the work yourself of hunting vermin when you have pets to do it for you? But your offer is very much appreciated, and I will consider this location that you speak of, that you're so concerned about. Where is it?
Well, my concern is about Tampa as a whole.
Of course.
But the areas in which the last we spoke, we drew lines in the sand, as it were, for different areas in which your kind would be claiming. If I were a hunter, and it being a guru, hunting is part of us, I'd go to an area in which a lot of your kind were. Now, I wouldn't go to your central hub because that would cause way too much of a mess. Go to a little bit more of an outskirted area, somewhere with less overall night traffic. That's where I would hunt. But when things currently got redrawn, we're not allowed in those areas anymore, which make it kind of difficult for us to even help out if that were the case.
Too true. But you seem to know of a specific location in which I should be concerned. Where is it?
Like I said, any of your outskirting areas. I'm saying I wouldn't go and hunt downtown. That's not where I would go. That's where your main focus is going to be, because also it's where you're going to keep your heaviest hitters. It's not where I'd go. To deal a significant blow, I'd go somewhere else. You can tell me where you think that would be. I can see what I can do about lending aid at a price.
Negotiation. Oh, this should be fun. Though I will say, opening terms, I'll negotiate if you tell me where specifically and how you got that information.
Call it guru intuition, overall sense. You guys don't necessarily not leave a trail when you go places. Also, I'm aware of your territory lines because we talked about it. I was here when the terms were discussed.
Mr. Thorne, why are you bothering with this if you don't know more? Why not just let them run roughshod over us? You're so confident that we are so weak. Wouldn't it be advantageous to you to let them do what they wish to do? But no, you're concerned enough about this treaty that you don't want me getting mistaken for the intentions of another, which tells me that you know where they're going, you know what they want. I'm just curious as to where and why you know that. So you can try and dance around the topic all you want, but if you're looking for anything from me, I need more than that. I am as well versed in rhetoric as anyone, Mr. Thorne. And clearly you've been taking lessons from Miss Weiss.
We've had a few chats.
But not recently.
We talk pretty often, I'd say.
Of course.
Anyways, my concern, yes, is about the treaty because that is what Aspen wants. I know that you're smart enough to know that I didn't necessarily want to have that done, but I agreed to it because it was better for Tampa. As of right now, our overall agreement, I do see that. These other ones coming in, I see them once they start going, it can become an overall issue. But as of right now, they are something that we can handle. I'm more coming to you as a good faith, an olive branch, if you will, to let you know that there are other guru in the area. I could have just let that slide, not tell you about it. You're right, and just let them do what they do. But I feel like as the truce is two sides, I would think that you would let us know about different things, much like how we had our agreement previously and you gave information up and you did aid. See this as a way of us returning that favor.
I see what you're saying. And what you're not. This only mattered to Aspen, but was too small of a business for her to handle herself, that she sent the one person who wouldn't care here to deal with it. Why not just let it happen? Why does it matter so much that it's what Miss Weiss wants? Isn't it a perfect scenario for you to just say you gave the warning and let what lies lie?
Because I gave my word and we're a bit more honorable than that. Wouldn't just let these things roll over. Just come on hitting.
How would you define honor, Mr. Thorne?
Standing up for what's right even when you feel it's wrong.
Face to face?
If the time calls for it.
So not using others to do your dirty work.
Depends how you define dirty work.
I know every definition of dirty work. I'm a lawyer.
Oh, I'm sure you do. Yeah. It's the brochures.
I think you came here because Miss Weiss couldn't. Not because there were bigger fish to fry. But that really doesn't matter to me. What matters is the information. So if we don't wish for this to have been for nothing, where is the target and how do you know?
Edward, you're a smart man. If you were to target somewhere, where would it be? I have my assumptions on places. It's hard to actually pinpoint where things are going to happen. It's a different group.
Well, you spoke of outskirts, not the heart. I would attack the heart if it were me. But that leaves a few possibilities. The castle in Ybor City, the Hard Rock Cafe, hotel and casino, or the university. Now, Jace, I need you to roll me a resolve and subterfuge to keep your face a mask from revealing just off of him listing those. Because sometimes subconsciously we do give a twitch as to which of those locations it is.
With it being subterfuge, does the ancestor role
Yes,
still apply?
still applies. Yep.
Does the specialty or deflection still apply?
Not in this case. He's asking you outright, and this is a physical response.
Okay. 5.
Okay. You see his smile grow a little bit wider. The university.
It's a possibility.
Sure. Be a pity for them. The research we've done at the university makes us much more prepared. So I appreciate the forewarning, and I will make sure that we take care of your problem for you this time.
I look forward to that. Upon hearing on your success, would you like to have another sit down, or would you prefer email? If you email.
I do not.
Okay.
I don't suppose there's any need for another meeting. Besides, anything that enters into the university is forfeit, is it not? As per
Was
the
that the
terms of
terms?
the agreement.
Was that part of the terms and agreement? Okay.
Basically, yeah, if they go in after dark into the university, they are forfeit. And any malicious action inside of those territories makes them forfeit.
Right.
It's very unlikely they're going to wear those little bracelets, even if they go during the day, that signify them as
No.
Guru.
So, no, based on our terms, I believe that is what the status was, that things will be forfeit if they were to cross that border.
Now, Jace, I will also mention, you know the terms of the agreement with the cult, that they are taking a member of the Hellhounds with them when they go on this attack.
Yep.
Very good. Then I'm glad that we have an understanding. Was there anything else you wished to discuss, Mr. Thorne? It was a long drive out here, and this, while informative, is an opportunity that very rarely happens, especially for you.
Sorry, you intrigued me. So when I got offered the opportunity to be able to come and chat with you, I figured that why not? Also, what's with the amount of guards this go around? Are you that scared?
Not at all. For your protection as much as mine.
Mine? I don't know what I have to be afraid of out here.
Then why worry?
As you can see, I'm calm, cool, and collected.
Was there anything else, Mr. Thorne?
Believe that brings our overall conversation to its conclusion, unless there's anything that you'd like to discuss.
Actually, roll me an intelligence and resolve.
Able to burn a will for this?
Mm-hmm.
It's a 7 on a crit.
Okay. You feel like you zone out for a second in the conversation until he says, Mr. Thorne, are you listening?
Sorry, your voice is so tranquil.
I'd like you to take back to Miss Weiss that I would like to negotiate another piece of territory. And in exchange, I'm willing to offer, well, see what she wants, and perhaps offer some territory in kind.
You know what? Next time I see her, I'll bring it up.
Wonderful. Until then.
He'll stand up and give a wave towards Bateman and then look towards Masterson, attempt to wave, and just, he doesn't even pay attention, and then head out.
As you head out and head down the stairs, back to your motorcycle, waiting where it has been, Roll me a wits and awareness.
I'm gonna burn another will. Three.
Okay. You don't notice anything unusual or peculiar as you return to your motorcycle, hop on, start the engine, and pull away. Mission accomplished. You've delivered the warning. What's going through Jace's mind?
He, as he's driving away, he's taking a lot of really deep breaths. That was one of the more terrifying sit downs. He's done a few of them in the past, even when he was just human. But he was Masterson. He was the guy listening. He's never the one that had to do a lot of the talking. So he's trying to replay it in his mind. He feels like he might have said too much. He gave too much away, but he was told to go give the warning. But now he has to deal with one of the hellhounds. It's going to be basically walking into a well-prepared overall assault. He'll pull over to the side real quick and he'll text both Izzie and Eliza, and then he'll let them know within a emoji. He'll show a university and then like a pistol and then a big eye, and then I'll explain later.
Okay. As you drive away, off into the night, confident you've done what you've set out to do, part of you can't help but wonder. Bateman knew more than he was letting on. More evidence to a potential leak. That leak needs to be stopped as soon as possible. We now transition to our next scene. Isidoro, you receive an urgent text message from Javier asking you to come by the academy as soon as possible, that he needs your help. What do you do?
Seeing the text, is Izzie in any particular location when he receives this? Or
I would say you probably had, time that was dedicated to the academy anyway today, but It was later in the afternoon. So maybe you were at the cairn or out and about. It's really up to you where you would be at that particular moment. But now that the Ratkin have been trolling the cairn, you feel a little bit more comfortable leaving the cairn grounds on your own.
Yeah. Izzie will pretty much immediately text back, on my way, bus delay, and then he'll input however long it takes for him normally to ride the system to get down there.
As you're on the bus, you can feel that little pang of anxiety hit you. Javier doesn't usually text. He calls. He's old like that. It's not his preferred way of communication. And even through text, you detected the urgency. It wasn't a request to come in. Not in the way of like, can you come in early to help an extra class? Which he's requested by phone before. So on the long bus ride, you can feel your heart starting to pound and your breath starting to become a little shallow as you gain a point of rage in the anxiety of it all. What doesn't help that anxiety is as you pull up to the bus stop, the plume of smoke rising from the strip mall the flashing red and blue lights in the parking lot, the cordoned off area with caution tape surrounding the strip mall in its entirety. As you climb off the bus, you can see Javier standing out in front of the academy, but the front windows have been smashed, broken. And you can see spray paint over several of the surfaces in the form of the Anarchist A, in the form of No Kings. As you approach the line, you're stopped by a police officer, but Javier calls over, causing him to pull up the tape, allowing you access. As you cross the parking lot, you can see where the plumes of smoke are coming from as firefighters try to put out a car that's been on fire, possibly for quite some time. It's earlier in the morning, maybe around 7 or 8 a.m. when you arrive, which is early for your shift, as you usually come in about midday, maybe even later in the afternoon, because of your night job. As you approach, you can see Javier is putting his fingers through his hair as he looks over the academy, and inside you can see that the windows have been smashed, and on the walls are the words, "Fight the power. We've had enough." And then one more marking, though it's really hard to make out. So I'd like you to roll me either intelligence and wits and either craft or performance.
I'm sorry, what is the pairing here?
Intelligence or wits, your
Okay.
choice, and craft or performance.
I think I'm going to take craft, and then Izzy's okay in both intelligence and wits, but I think in this moment he's not really in thinking mode, so he's going to rely on just his gut reaction.
Cool.
One success.
Okay. It just looks like a bunch of squiggled lines. Maybe somebody started to write something and didn't like what they wrote, so they just crossed it out or made strange lines out of it. It's really hard to tell. It's very sloppily done. Nothing here is like a lot of time was put into it. This was clearly a hit and run job.
As Izzy stares at the sort of smoldering side of the building, he'll turn to look to Javier and go, "Hey, you okay? I obviously got your text, but no one was hurt, right?
No,
one was
no.
inside."
This happened before I got here. I showed up and I saw the police and the lines. The alarm had gone off, so I came to respond as soon as possible, as I am the closest of the board nearby. I usually respond to any emergencies, and this is what I found. I don't know if it happened overnight or earlier this morning, but this is what we came across. Nobody's hurt. Nobody was here at the time.
Izzy just looks at the details, and he's not the most tactful or erudite in terms of, getting to the bottom of a mystery, but a few questions do begin to churn in his head as he rubs at the edge of his shirt. There wasn't a protest that went through here, right?
Not that I know of, no. Most of them happen downtown or up in Clearwater or down in St. Pete. This is not an area for such things.
Izzy will look left, look right. Does it look like the building was the only one hit?
Roll me a wits and investigation.
2.
So the strip as a whole shares a parking lot with several other businesses nearby. One of them being a small pizza joint that does only delivery, no, delivery or takeout, no seats to be had inside the building itself, except maybe one for while you're waiting for your takeout to be done. Next to that, there is a rental property business. Now, we have a lot of these in Florida. They're used for people to rent out their condos or whatever, especially those who snowbird for half the year. They can make a profit by renting it out as an Airbnb or something like this. So this is one of those management companies. And then at the far end of the overall strip mall is a construction company. The fire primarily was pluming out of the car, but you can see also that there are firefighters over by the construction company trying to hose out the building, which has started to blacken, having been burned for quite some time. You can also see that the rental agency has been desecrated or defiled by being smashed through the windows and spray paint over the walls. The pizza company, which is not a large chain, seems relatively untouched. More of a mom and pop local joint. Now, it could be that they skipped over it. It's only a small section. All the other properties are larger. Or maybe it was a statement.
Yeah, Izzie's not particularly good at this inductive reasoning, and as he accrues these bits and pieces together, he gets a very incomplete picture and sort of frowns as he tries to make sense, but the motive is kind of there, but so many variables as he just turns to look at Javier and goes, well, do we have any way of finding out who did do this?
Do have security cameras? We could check the footage, but I'm sure the police will want it as soon as possible. But maybe we get a look before they do?
Maybe. A lot of balls to light a place on fire where people go to train to beat other people up, right?
Indeed. He almost painfully just steps in one of the windows, not even bothering to go to the door as the glass is shattered upon the floor and just a big gaping hole in the side. You can hear the glass crunch underneath his feet as he walks across, passing over the mats, several of which look like they've been ripped, maybe just from being passed over hurriedly. A lot of them bearing the same spray paint, just half-heartedly sprayed across it. He goes to the back office, and you can see that the door was pounded a few times, but not enough to break in. Maybe they thought it'd be easy and then stopped partway when time became an issue. He unlocks the door and goes into the office, the same office that you'd interviewed in when he took you in for paperwork and to talk. He goes over to a desktop computer and brings it up and starts typing slowly, almost like pen pecking at the keyboard before bringing up a program. Go ahead.
Just Izzie would do no better.
As he brings up the program, you can see that the cameras are live, but several of them look like they've been spray painted out, covered up by the spray paint, but some aren't. So you're seeing a live shot of the main area where police are investigating, dropping tags. He goes and rewinds the footage to about 4 a.m., where a group of individuals wearing hoodies, bandanas, maybe masks over their faces. You can see the windows shatter as it looks like a concrete block or a brick is thrown in through the window. And you can see maybe 4 or 5 individuals swarm into the building with cans of spray paint, some of them with crowbars or bats. And they move about their work. Occasionally, when noticing the cameras, spray painting out the camera, but otherwise just going about defiling the area. Outside, you see a large flash as the car catches fire, quite obviously, most likely with some sort of accelerant thrown at it to light it up. And roll me a wits and investigation again for what's not obvious.
1.
You see a few other individuals move outside of the windows, but nothing. It's too hard to tell. Maybe the footage is too grainy or they're just too far away, with the focal point of these other figures being in the foreground. The cameras seem to be more focused on that. But yeah, it gives the feel of just a riot, a violent protest of some sort. Not that anybody was hurt. There's no obvious signs of anyone being injured or beaten up. There wasn't an ambulance present, or if it was just shut up with the EMTs standing nearby chatting.
Izzie sort of standing behind Javier, watching the computer replay one or two of the camera feeds, will try to squint as best he can, like, is there something here? Because it does seem very strange. Usually for property damage of the scale, it is usually a component of like a larger political march, some other movement. But as far as he can tell, both from the outside damage as well as what he sees now on this recording, it's only a handful of people, the middle of the night, no relative activity in the area, and it seemed to have targeted this strip mall specifically.
So it seems.
And yeah, so it seems. And he's trying to like percolate that with what he can do to help in this moment, because he feels like several thoughts going, boy, I wish someone else were here to help me. As he looks to Javier and goes, okay, so I don't think I saw anything in the footage here. First things first, we need to double check, make sure that there aren't any other clues. Obviously, we saw they basically tore the place up, but maybe they dropped something, or they broke through the window. Maybe they cut themselves. Some blood.
See, we can go look, although wouldn't that be left to the police?
Leaving it to the police.
In these days, I find not getting in the police's way to be the best option, especially if you look like us.
Well, we're not getting in their way. We are members of this property. Police like property owners, right?
Again, depending on what they look like and depending on where, but I have found the authorities around here to be amenable, so I think we'll be all right.
At the very least, let's get I only got my phone. You have a way to record footage? Let's see if maybe we'll sweep this place. That way we can review it if ever they start cleaning it up.
Sure, I have an old camcorder. I will grab that.
And with that, Izzie will start just grazing the phone, and in the off chance, you never know, he will activate Sense the true form. Just see what sticks. Obviously, he's not expecting anything, but he's paranoid.
Sure.
So,
as you're looking about the area, roll me either an intelligence and politics or academics.
ooh. Those are both bad.
Well, we're going to see how much Izzie has caught wind of terms like no kings and everything like that.
Well, it's not a brutal outcome, it's just a failure.
Okay. You have heard about a lot of protesting lately. That particular term maybe doesn't stand out, but you know that the current regime isn't exactly being favored. And you've heard of protests going around it. However, you haven't heard of any of them being violent, any of them being, particularly explosive like this. So this seems out of place, I will say, for what they are protesting, supposedly. As you hit Scent the True Form, go ahead and roll for me that roll.
It's Wits and Wisdom. That is just 1.
Okay. As you are sniffing about, you get a very faint coppery scent in your nose, almost like a moldy penny or rusted copper. As you look about, the smell is so faint, but it seems to be leading outside, not here.
As he continues to just sort of record segments of the damage, maybe several marks of the graffiti, he'll turn back to Javier and go, "Hey, I'm gonna take some footage of outside. I'll be right back." And with that, he'll back out the window.
Javier stands by a shattered display case that held like boxing gloves or pads for practice, either in the facility or at home. You can see that several of them have been taken, but not all of them. Probably too much for them to carry, as it didn't seem like they brought a lot of bags or anything with them, and that clearly wasn't the intention. As you go outside, following the scent, you see that it leads to a group of police officers standing nearby. If you want, you can roll a wits and awareness to try and pinpoint which police officer, but right now it just seems to lead toward the group, but it's very faint, which, even though this is a new ability to you, you'd expect if they were all something, it would smell a lot worse.
I guess a question, obviously don't answer it if it's too much of breaking the secret. Is this a case where Izzie is trying to do this without being noticed, or would he have a better odd of like walking up to the police officers? And
that's really up to you. If you want to go unnoticed, I will probably have you roll a stealth roll as well afterwards, or a subterfuge roll. But if you wanted to just go up and talk, you probably could, although that might be awkward, especially for someone who's not, well, you are more of a talker, so I suppose it wouldn't be that awkward.
He is a child of unicorn, and he is very bad at lying. So he will, before just walking up, "Hello, fellow officers," he will activate Brother Scent.
Okay.
And that's another willpower down. At which point he will then walk up, camera in hand, still recording stuff, and whichever officer is sort of like nearest, keeping his nose open, he'll go, "Hey, I'm one of the instructors here. Is there anything we can help you with? Currently, we're recording for evidence purposes. We got footage on the inside." And with that, he's talking, but his focus is on where his nose is leading.
Okay, so since you decided to go up and talk to them, getting closer to the source of the scent, I will give you a bonus 2 dice. However, now I'm going to change it to a wits and investigation roll, because now you are looking specifically more directly, but you are also closer, so you're getting a bonus on it because of that.
Ooh, that is almost 2 sets of crits, but it's just 1, so it's going to be a total of 5 successes.
5 successes more than does it. In this grouping, you see St. Petersburg Police and you see Florida State Police. Mm-hmm. The scent appears to be coming from the Florida State Police officer. But as you look at them, they look perfectly fine, perfectly healthy, perfectly alive, and it's daytime, so there's nothing odd or off-putting about that, but you can't shake this scent of copper, of rusted copper. But it's still faint, even though you're closer to it, even though you can pinpoint the source of it, it is faint.
Is
Now,
it like a contiguous scent from the thing to this specific officer, or do they just share the same like range of odor?
They just share the same range of odor. You
Okay.
got the outskirts of it, and as you got closer, you were able to source it. Now, maybe this cop had been in here previously before stepping outside, so maybe that helped you pick up the scent, but it just seems to be emanating from them.
Izzie makes a mental note, getting as much detail of this particular officer as he can. In fact, he'll even go up and, I don't know what the chain of command is as far as like which officer might be willing to talk to him, but assuming he even looks remotely important, he's gonna walk up to the one who's triggering the nose and go, "Hey, my name's Isidoro. I'm with the St. Pete Training Defense Academy. One of the trainers. Can we swap information here?"
Give me a charisma and persuasion.
Do. One success.
He shakes your hand, but is a little bit more formal about it, as if being polite, and says, "Izzie, sorry about what happened to your building, but I assure you we are investigating and will give you any information as we have it. It seems that this was a late night break-in and vandalism is all we've got so far, but we are still gathering information at this time, and anything that we can make you aware of, we will."
Okay. Just so I can give it to one of the main members of the business body, like, do you happen to have a card? That way we can keep in contact with you.
He pauses for the slightest moment, unsure of how to proceed or if he should, as he is the one state cop surrounded by St. Petersburg police. So one of the St. Petersburg police leans over and hands you a card and says, "He's just here advising for the state police. You're more likely to get some more intelligence from us."
Fair enough. Thank you, officer. And with that, he'll take it and just put it in a pocket. He's probably not going to use it, but the gambit was tried.
Roll me a wits and occult.
All rage dice.
Maybe you can get some context to the smell based off of this roll.
Hey, 2 successes.
They're probably a ghoul.
Making the note. He will, after whatever pleasantries, I don't know if the police officers might have questions for him,
You're able to overhear them chatting that they believe that the information that they have right now is that the construction shop was the one that was hit first. And they think that maybe the other buildings were just collateral damage, people on adrenaline wanting to smash something else. But it seemed like the construction shop was the target because it took the most damage and was actually set on fire, where the other ones were just kind of smash and grabs, it seems. The cop, roll me a wits and insight on the state police officer, now knowing what you know of them being a ghoul, to see if you can see their motivations or what their attention is directed to.
Nope. Shit. Sorry. That is a brutal.
Okay. I will say you don't even notice or honestly care at this particular moment as to what they are feeling. Although, let me hear your verbs and adverbs, because that might help you out here.
I think it will. The adverbs are bluntly, courageously, relentlessly, discern, discover, heal.
Okay, I will say that bluntly discover or discern works in this situation because you just walked right up to them and started talking. People are intimidated by police, and it's very unlikely that most people would do that. So I will say he looks bored.
Okay.
He looks like he's here because he has to be. He is not taking any particular interest at this time in what's happening. You can definitely glean he is not tied to or responsible for this. He is just doing his job, probably for a leech in power of keeping an eye on the area.
Izzie will just make note that, oh, you are a ghoul. I will, if I ever have to see you again, maybe kill you. But past that, it's okay, you are not a threat. But now I know what you are and how that ties with what I actually care about.
Mm-hmm.
And so he will just start playing through, okay, we're obviously dealing with leeches. Who should I call? Who should I get in contact with? Well, the Ratkin obviously knows stuff about the leeches. Jason, he's going to meet with Baitman. That could be an issue. Are they related? Just the thoughts start running through his head as he walks back towards the broken window that he's climbed into and out of at least once before at this point, and calling into Javier, unable to tell him any of this, and goes, "Hey, I got a police card. They said they think maybe it was just a couple of overzealous break-ins. Most of the damage seems to be at the construction site."
Collateral damage. There is nothing worse. I will have to call the board, and the insurance company will likely have to close for only hopefully a couple of weeks, but this much damage done. So, Isidoro, Javier is a touchstone of yours.
He is.
It could be discerned that damage has been done to your touchstone by this action. So you are going to take 1 stain against Hoglosk. Just 1, because it's not a significant amount of damage, but it is enough to start that fire in you that was already building. Is there anything else you'd like to do here other than assist in the cleanup and trying to do as much as you can to fortify the place, maybe even going out and getting some plywood to put up over the windows for the time being?
Izzie will complete getting that camera footage just to, as it lays out, especially now that he knows it's leech related. Like, he realizes that, okay, there's something supernatural going on here, and I'm not smart enough to recognize every hint or clue, so I need an expert, and I need to give them as much of a perfect picture as I can. So especially the graffiti marks, anything related to damage done, maybe it's, even if it just happens to look like a weird symbol, obviously, scratch marks with knives or whatever, but he is completely being thorough. And obviously with his support for Javier, the last thing he will give is looking down at his phone and starting a text conversation with someone on the Hellhounds going, "Hey, I know you were renovating your cairn. Did you happen to have resources for repair and upgrade? Because I could really use it right now as a favor to me."
Okay. You will get a response back saying that they're going to have Jordan come assist, at least in damage control. He seems to have the tools and the abilities necessary to at least stop the bleeding, so to speak, of the situation. Roll me 1 last wits and awareness as you're going about the cleanup effort.
Now, I technically forgot this in the previous rolls because I'm a big dummy, and it's been a while since I actually had to use it. I have a favor for Unicorn, which is a +1 to awareness or insight to learn about an individual person, animal, or spirit. Would that count here? Obviously, this is more environment, but
No, yeah, not in
Okay.
this particular situation.
I thought I'd ask.
It would have worked on the cop, but you already got the information about the cop when it came to discerning.
2.
Okay. You overhear one of the cops' radios signaling in that they got another call of a similar situation over in Tampa. At this point, you see the state cop sigh, pick up the radio, say, "Seems like they're wrapping up here. I'll be on my way over." And then put the radio away before heading over to his squad car and climbing in, driving off.
Izzy definitely can't be running after a cop car. That would be a very odd look.
And Tampa's a far distance from here, unfortunately, at this moment.
That too. However, he will make a mental note to look at the news when he gets home and see maybe where that other attack was. And then from there, he'll start piecing together some sort of story.
2 separate instances. And I don't even need to make you roll for the news. You find out that a Best Buy was trashed and broken into. Same kind of situation, vandalism. This one was definitely looted a bit more than any of the other places. But again, not to too much of a great extent. Just kind of what could be easily snatched and grabbed in that situation. A very curious thing. Now, Tampa can be a dangerous place in particular areas, in particular situations, but violence of this kind of degree, violence against businesses, this kind of uproar that seems to be starting, that's unusual. What is Izzy thinking about all this as they finish cleaning up and we conclude our scene?
It has been a long while for Izzy to have been part of the human world. A lot of it has been him as a Garu doing major activities with his old pack or wandering alone. And now that he's finally set down roots, he feels himself reintegrated into that mesh. And for the first time in a long time, the howls of the imminent apocalypse become that much more realer for him as he sees the reverberations of some force, the worm, or even just the cruelty of man echo and affect things he cares about. And as an Arun, he's not going to sit idly by. He is already thinking of what his next plan of action will be.
We will resolve that stain against Hoglosk on RBT for our Ko-fi members. And if you're not a Ko-fi member yet, go sign up. Anyway, we transition now to our next scene. Aspen and Jester. A night has passed since the events of the sparring ring gone awry. Jester, you've been confined to your room this entire time, but Elias has made sure that you're fed. Artie has been tending to you as much as possible, making sure that you're good, helping you regain your wolf when night hits. And then morning comes. Artie has taken you, Aspen, to Jester's room, saying that the truth caller, the Truthseeker, is going to speak to both of you as they feel it would be appropriate in this particular instance for the Sept or the Pack to be together when being questioned. So as you are brought into the room with Jester, there's no one else present just yet. So you have a few minutes just between the three of you before the truth caller arrives.
I have a question.
Sure.
More of a like logistics question. So in our rooms, are there windows?
Yeah.
Okay, so the moon is open
Yeah.
to the windows. Okay, just making
Oh,
sure.
absolutely. No, they would make sure the moon could be accessed from most places in this facility, for sure.
Okay. She'll walk into the room and look at Jester. Is your arm still in a sling?
Yes, at the moment Jester's arm is still in a sling. She probably looks a bit better than she was taken away, but it's still in a sling. She's got basically like a sleeveless pull-up top and like a skirt that obviously she could easily pull up with one arm. That's currently what she's dressed in. No shoes. She's kind of just sitting in a chair near the window, kind of staring out at the moment. She'll glance up and give kind of a smile, sort of, but kind of like chagrined smile to you. Hey, sorry I caused trouble.
Girl, you look like shit. And she's gonna walk over and put her hands on her arm and try to do mother's touch on that too.
Go ahead and roll it. Now that you are at one rage, any successes over one would heal the last aggravated damage that you have.
It's another 3.
You feel the weakness in your arm restored as the bones knit back together completely. Regeneration isn't a comfortable process. It still hurts. Just like taking damage hurts, undoing that damage also hurts. But the warm, numbing sensation of mother's touch makes it so much easier than doing it yourself. And you find the sling to be useless, easily removing and discarding it now that you are completely restored.
Yeah, I will remove it and kind of stretch, like with the wince that you get when you've held your arm in a position for way too long and everything you do hurts. Just like, thanks. It helps a lot.
Yeah, you're gonna need all your limbs if we have to run out of here.
Are we running?
No, probably not.
Good, because Artie said we weren't that bad off.
You're good. Guys, it's just be honest. We're not here for any ill intent. It was just a simple loss of control. It happens all the time in Guru society. I think it's going to be fine. Just a little kind of, ruffian-esque compared to their buttoned-up behavior, but they used to have Black Furies and Bone Gnars and all kinds of guests before. I doubt this is the first time this has happened.
No, I'm sure we're gonna be fine. It's just trying to make a morbid joke.
I liked it. It was a good joke. And I could just play up to being, typical Black Fury.
True. But I think it might just play into their hand if they're being ruthless.
Yeah.
Charles is okay.
Good.
He doesn't blame you. He's fine. He thinks everything is okay. So told him I would pass that message to you when I could.
Okay.
As you sit awaiting the arrival of the Truthseeker, you don't have to wait long as a heavy thudding knock hits the door. You go to
before it's answered, almost in like a realization, not quite panic, but like let me get this out before the door answers. Truthcatcher, Fenris, he's Fenris. Just letting you know, get a Fenris. Okay. And she'll go answer the door.
Okay.
Standing in the doorway is a man who stands a little over 6'3", broad through the shoulders and built like old timber. Dense, weathered, and enduring rather than showy. It's obvious that the years of northern wind and hard campaigning have left his face roughened and pale, with a permanent cold flush across the bridge of his nose and cheeks. His hair is dark copper, worn shaved close at the sides and pulled back into a tight braid beyond, and a pale scar cuts through one eyebrow and disappears into his hairline. His beard is short, close kept, and threaded with early silver. His eyes are a hard gray, steady, direct, and difficult to unsettle. His clothing definitely carries function over fashion, unlike most of the other individuals of the court, where their clothes are still very much, home sewn and homemade. They always put a little bit of ornamentation or filigree in it. His is very standard, like heavy wool coats and breeches and starred leather gloves on his hands. This is not what you would expect in a Silver Fang court, and possibly to his advantage, as he says in a voice that contradicts his entire look, a low, soft tone. Good morning, Miss Oathbreaker. Jester Silvertongue. My name is Hjord. You can call me Stoneword if you prefer, but Hjord works as well. May I come in?
Of course.
He steps into the room, passing you, Aspen. Go ahead and roll me a quick wits and awareness check.
Rage at...
I would say probably a 1. I would say you're comfortable enough in conversation, despite the fact that the situation has happened. Artie has put in a lot of work reassuring you you're fine. You heard from Charles that you don't need to be too worried. So I wouldn't say you'd be heightened. Jester, I'm going to say you're at a 2. Just because, regardless of that comfort, you don't like formal shit. And this seems very formal.
That's 3.
Okay. From the nape of his neck, piecing just over his coat, you can see those familiar points that come off of the crossing check marks of the Get of Fenris. He walks in and takes one of the armed chairs and sets it down before sitting in the seat, gesturing to either the chairs or the edge of the bed for you to sit on at your leisure. Obviously, the events of yesterday caused some concern amongst the court. I would like to put those concerns to rest, as I do not believe this matter requires any kind of punishment or resolution. You are guests, we are Guru. But I must ask, did you come here with ill intent or as a threat to the king or his court?
No, not at all.
Miss Silvertongue?
No. I came to support Charles.
Understood. Aspen Oathbreaker, what brought you here?
Well, the situation with Charles and his potential taking of the throne, me being his sept leader, I wanted to make sure he had proper support throughout this process.
And no other intentions.
I have no intentions of hurting or ill will to anyone.
That isn't what I asked.
I think, if I'm being completely honest, my intentions is also to understand the inner workings of this place and also their intentions with what they believe to be the best choice in having Charles take the throne.
I see. Your statements yesterday were viewed by some as radical. Some of the more sensitive may have even viewed it as treasonous. What fueled those sentiments?
The situation that we walked into seemed unnecessarily violent, and to watch others just enjoy violence for violence sake in a matter that was supposed to be training. I'm more than aware that we are all Guru and fights are inevitable, but it seemed more violence for violence sake, and that pushed me to act in a way that isn't in my nature usually. But I do assure you that it won't happen again. It was just abrupt and sudden, and it caught me off guard.
I assure you, I have been to many a moot. This is fairly standard affair. But to the uninitiated, I could see why it would be alarming. However, in that vulnerability and the things you said, were you just speaking out of emotion, or were you speaking about your true feelings?
She pauses for a long moment, debating between the honesty and her thoughts on the whole thing, or to play more of the decorum and not pushing buttons. And she waits, and I think she finds a middle ground a little bit. I do have my beliefs about the nation as a whole, and I do believe that, I think we all believe that change needs to happen. But we do vary on what our beliefs of change should be, and my beliefs are similar in what I had expressed, but I don't believe that it is as strong as they may have been perceived in that moment. But I do have my thought processes about violence for violence sake and where our intentions and ideologies should be pushed towards.
I see. As these ideologies are that of the core of your tribe, how do you feel they differ?
I guess a clarifying question as to what you mean as being the core of my tribe.
This court represents the leadership of your tribe, and therefore, in a way, represents the tribe itself, and the tribe's will and desire. or direction. Your feelings contradict those, and while that is not particularly alarming, I suppose I should rephrase my question. How do you view the leadership of your tribe at this moment?
I believe that leading comes in all forms. I believe that the way that leading has chosen to happen is not what I would see as quality.
Then why not challenge?
Because my intention was to come here and understand and ask questions, because I'm not saying that I am infallible. I just, in that moment, the emotions took over the discernment, and I spewed from the mouth instead of asking questions and learning more.
And how have you found the court of the Guru Nation? What have you learned?
My knowledge has been limited, as I've not been here for very long, which makes this situation all the more unfortunate. But it seems that people want change. It's their perspectives of how that change should look is split.
Thank you, Miss Oathbreaker. Miss Silvertongue, what is the nature of your relationship with Charles Albrecht?
We're in love. We're partners.
Do you believe Charles Albrecht to be in any danger here?
Yes.
Of what nature?
I'll look to Aspen and Artie. I believe that there are those here who instilled certain feelings and behaviors while he was growing up. We'll use that to manipulate him.
To do what? Or to what end?
I'd have to understand those people's motives first, but it's most likely to either leave or become king and follow in traditions that they want instead of might be best for the nation as a whole.
Understood. Do you believe you are in danger here?
I believe there is a possibility.
Do you have any reason to believe that? Has anyone given you cause?
I have heard things of not of those who don't wish Charles to be here and may use me in that goal. I also feel that Gorgon is not welcome here. Therefore, why would one of her Garu be welcome here?
I see. I cannot speak to that, but I can tell you that there have been no efforts officially made to banish any spirits from this place, any patrons, any tribes. Most of them, from my understanding, have lost interest or have abandoned this place. But I can assure you, no one is keeping Gorgon from here. You spoke that you have heard these things. Where and from who?
Charles felt it before we came. He said that he felt that there was something wrong with the court here. I had suspicions from some things that Iron Oath spoke while we were back in Tampa, that things aren't quite right here, and there seems to be people who are pushing one person over another to take the throne.
Forgive my bluntness, Miss Silvertongue, but that is very vague. Could you be more specific?
Charles told me before we left Tampa that he believed that he didn't quite could put his finger on it because he hasn't been here in a while, but he believed that there was something wrong with the court. And Iron Oath seemed to indicate that people were putting this girl Mari up, or convincing the king to do so.
The king is old, and the heir has refused summons. It is not malicious to look toward the future.
Fair.
Is that all?
I'd like to spend a willpower and mind speak Aspen.
Okay. You don't have to roll. You're sitting
Okay.
literally right next to her.
I don't want to throw Elias under the bus, but I don't know if I can lie to this dude.
I think it's best to just say that you've heard things and it's in your best interest for your safety.
Okay. I have heard things in the few days that I've been here, but I feel like for my safety, it might be in the best interest not to name names.
If I were to assure you that these conversations were completely confidential and that I am only going to the root of a suspected threat within the court, would that make you feel more comfortable to speak freely?
Would you swear an oath on that?
It is my job as truth catcher to seek out the truth and nothing more.
May I speak in this moment?
Of course.
For myself and my pack, and I don't mean this with any offense at all, but we also don't understand your intentions. You are all new to us as well as we being new to you.
I have no intentions other than to protect this sept and the nation, as my duty requires. I cannot speak to others. They are their own guru, and they have their own motivations and feelings, but mine are not politically based. This is a matter of security. And if there is a threat within the court, I need to find it as soon as possible.
Threat in which way? There was no conversations of violence, it doesn't seem.
I will be blunt and plain. If someone is telling you lies or leading you to believe that you are not safe here, that is a threat, as all Guru are safe at the seat of power who abide by our tenets and who uphold themselves as Guru society dictates. I would wish to know who would make the guests of this place feel unwelcome here, because that is a threat and is not assisting in the good of the nation.
But if there is a divide and intrigue going on, wouldn't being warned not be a threat, but a heads up?
Unless that warning or that heads up is a lie. It is true, the court does debate matters, as all elders of any faction do. I'm sorry, you were saying something.
So you're saying that this is just common debate and not two factions split?
Roll me a wits and insight, both of you.
Can I use my new specialty?
You sure can.
Thank you. I'm gonna spend willpower.
4.
I got 6 with a crit.
Okay. Aspen, he's definitely mulling over that question and clearly has personal feelings on the matter, maybe his own suspicions. But because he is here in a official capacity, he is struggling with the idea of gossip versus responsibility. Jester, with your critical, he definitely personally feels that yes, there are two factions at play here, but politically, when aren't there multiple factions? Everyone has their own beliefs, everyone has their own feelings on the matter. And clearly nobody has stepped outside, in his mind, the bounds of debate or conversation or disagreement.
Okay.
But he doesn't know quite how to answer that at this moment.
If I could speak to safety, there's many reasons to feel unsafe.
Such as?
The acknowledgement that a young Guru could be heir to the throne is unsafe, knowing that that will be our future. The fact that we have not been officially introduced to the king himself is suspicious in its own right, which leads to not knowing what situation we are walking into, which means unsafety. Also, we were told that an Iron Oath wouldn't usually be the one to come to these matters to bring Charles in, but it seems that there is, and I don't want to assume, but urgency or desperation in that action, which we are unaware of. So again, that does bring concern to our safety. So being here, just in a general sense, does question our safety.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The judgment of the elders of your tribe in choosing a new leader feels like a threat to you?
I think us coming into a situation where we were not actively privy to all of the different goings on does put our safety in danger. Yes, when you walk into a situation where everyone does not want to have full disclosure, it is unsafe. And that, if I'm giving you more information to your previous question, that is one of the reasons I came here, because I did not want my pack members to be in an unsafe situation without me here with them.
Roll me a charisma and persuasion, and yes, you can use favor, yes, you can use beauty.
That is 7 with a crit.
He nods his head. Understood. I believe your concerns to be valid and honest. What little good it does, I can assure you that no physical harm, unwarranted, will come to any member or guest at this sept. I believe you know as well as any, leading a sept of your own, sometimes discretion amongst leadership is key. The appearances outward, especially at this level, can be misinterpreted based off of misinformation or lack thereof. And the choosing of an heir is a very sensitive matter, especially while a king still sits upon the throne. I can understand the apprehension at the lack of introduction to the king. As our leader and ruler, he moves at his own pace and on his own time. And unfortunately, that time has been slower than usual. But I will pass along your concerns at the lack of introduction and see what we can do to expedite the process.
And of course, you mean no physical harm outside of what is normal for Garu, like a Garu being kicked when he was already beaten.
He had made a challenge. And the terms of the challenge were until unconsciousness.
Okay, good to know.
I can assure you there was no malice in the challenge. It was in good fun. But unfortunate nonetheless, and without that context, I can safely say I understand your response. believe I'm satisfied with these proceedings, and I do not view you to be any sort of threat to the Sept. And if there is anything I can do to make you feel more confident in your safety here, while that is not normally my responsibility, at this moment I am happy to do so.
Yes, I would actually love to understand the urgency behind Charles being brought back here.
Using your previous persuasion and the mark you've made on the conversation so far, the king is ill. And in being so, is being seen as unfit to reign.
Has anybody tried to remedy his illness?
Yes. We attempted to use a tear of Gaia and it did not work. He would not accept it.
Okay.
Many of his advisors, his closest advisors, have tried to work with him, counsel him. It has only led to him becoming more of a recluse.
Why do you believe that spirits have abandoned this place?
Because the Guru have abandoned this place.
Then to add to that question, why do you believe that the Guru have abandoned this place?
Circle back, because the leader is unfit to lead. And how is a nation supposed to follow one who isn't worth following? Respect alone, title alone, and name alone is not enough, especially in these dire times. Many within the nation believe this place has failed them. And I am not surprised to see that some of the spiritual patrons agree. Which is what we are hoping to remedy.
And you believe just placing a new person on the throne is going to remedy all the damage that's been done?
I believe placing the right person upon the throne gives us an opportunity, a possibility. I believe sitting and doing nothing further perpetuates the issue. Dissolving the nation leads to anarchy.
Who is the right person?
That's not for me to decide.
Who is to decide? Everyone? Or just a few people? I'm just trying to understand the inner workings.
Many believe that the throne is Charles's by right. That he was trained to uptake the throne and the crown, that he has accomplished the deeds expected and accepted by the nation, that he has earned the correct amount of renown, and that he has the blessing of Falcon. It is a difficult thing because it is not a democratic process. Jonas Albrecht was given the crown by Falcon, and through his deeds earned the respect and following of the nation at large. As far as I am to understand, the prophecy dictates that Charles will take the crown by challenge from the one who carries it. This means he is fit to take the throne. As far as others following him, yes, there will be a great deal of work to be done to regain that respect. But showing the blessing of a patron, as well as the following and support of his tribe, is a good start.
Forgive me, but is it? Have you asked those people who felt betrayed and left? Do you think that repeating the history that has already failed is going to make things better?
As one whose tribe abandoned him, yes, I believe it's a start.
Why did you stay?
Because my patron didn't abandon me. And because I do believe the nation is the correct way. And that the aggression and lack of patience by my brethren is out of haste and hogloss.
I have several questions on that entire statement, if you don't mind me asking.
You might as well. We've opened the can. The worms are finding their way out.
Okay, first of all, so you still feel Wolf or Fenris?
Wolf.
So what happened to Wolf? Because as far as I understand, nobody's known what's happened to Wolf.
It is not that my tribe doesn't know what happened to Wolf. It's that they disagreed. And even Wolf's avatars and followers disagreed. And so they broke away to follow one that they believed best valued their ideals and choices.
And you believe that when a strong king is on the throne, many will come back to your tribe and to Wolf?
I am not sure that there is a return of my tribe, but I will not betray my own ideals to follow a population, especially those who would see destruction wrought in the name of Gaia.
I respect that completely.
Well, Wolf is a predator. He does not take more than he needs. He strikes swiftly, with purpose, and uses the whole of his prey to survive. What they seek to do is to fill a void that can never be filled. And in saving Gaia, causing her destruction as well.
I agree that their actions do that. However, not long before I left Tampa, Gorgon gave me a bit of advice that they didn't just leave because they wanted to put war on everything, but some were feeling that they were getting nowhere with the nation. And perhaps if we could show them a way that progress can be made and change can be made, they would come back. Just something to think about.
I would like to believe that. But the passionate fire of the Guru burns bright. But it also burns short.
Why does it have to be that way?
It doesn't. But to those suffering from Hoglosk, to those who do not fear death, and in fact charge towards it in glory, The length of the fire matters not.
Perhaps, but I feel like part of our traditions and our culture have perpetuated that belief. And trust me, burning bright, that's what I do.
Miss Silvertongue, I don't begin to try and understand each individual motivation of my tribe mates. I only know my own. And my own belief descending into disorder and chaos is in its own way serving the worm.
It's fair.
And Guru killing Guru simply for a difference in beliefs or methods is folly.
I agree to that too. But have you ever heard of the pencil talk? Were you ever taught that as a kid?
You have to be more specific.
So you have like one pencil, right? And you take it and it's easily breakable. All you have to do is go like that and it's broken, right? But when you have a stack of pencils all together, it's much harder to break. And while you don't wish to understand the motivations, maybe trying to at least trying to get the ones that maybe aren't so hardened might bring more pencils back.
Just as they would wish me to join them. They believe they are the stack of pencils in your metaphor, Miss Silvertongue. They believe the nation is broken and that it isn't doing what's best for Gaia.
Are they wrong? Maybe their motivations on how they believe is broken might be wrong. Or are they wrong in believing it's broken and it's doing the best for Gaia? Do you really think it's doing the best for Gaia right now?
We will only know in hindsight.
Why are we losing then?
There is a leader that this nation cannot follow.
Why does it depend on one person? Why does it depend on one pencil and all of that put on one pencil?
Jonas Albrecht was an example to all Guru of accepting what was given to him, but not exploiting. The story of the Silver Crown dictates that he could rule by force, and none would oppose him. He chose not to.
But his illness does show that the weight of one leader, of one person, isn't possible.
Which is why there must be an heir. One who understands his mission and his values. One to take up the mantle in his stead. You're right, no one can lead forever. And it is too great a weight to carry. But also, most Guru aren't expected to live as long as he did.
Why is that? No, seriously, why is that? We literally can regenerate. We should be able to outlive humans. Why can't we live past 30?
Humans have evolved. Our threats have evolved. They have learned how to fight us, to combat us. The world is not as accommodating to Guru as it once was.
Why haven't we evolved?
I think my issue is, okay, one leader, it's difficult, so we have an heir. I didn't mean for them to lead forever. I said leading as one isn't possible. So are we dooming every leader to fall into Hirano until another takes its place? Wouldn't that just be cyclical? Wouldn't we fall into these same issues over and over and over again until another heir, and we just follow the cycle of a broken nation to slightly more together to another broken nation when the leader falls to Hirano again? I apologize, but I don't see the benefit in that.
I understand. And you have nothing to apologize for. It is a question many before you have asked, and many will ask after you.
It's great that many ask it, but why can't we put our heads together and find a solution so that we don't repeat this cycle? Because repeating this cycle will mean that we will just lose, and there is no point in this.
Because our enemies will not wait for us to find the proper balance. We are at war and have been at war for a very long time. And it is not easing up. It is just intensifying.
But also putting a band-aid on a bullet hole does no good for anyone, our enemies included.
Putting a band-aid on a bullet hole only causes the bullet hole to fester and rot. And then we just don't see the actual wound to try to heal it.
Then what is the solution? Democracy? We've seen democracy fail time and time again. It's failing in front of our very eyes right now. Human side.
That's not democracy. That's people who have moved into power.
That were elected by democracy.
I mean, I could get into an entire argument.
I
about
understand,
the
and
college, which
I
isn't
can't
really
even begin.
democracy, but let's.
But it was the popular vote, also. Unlike previous elections that have. Regardless, I'm not here to speak to any of that.
But the point is that this isn't working. So that should be the question of how do we fix it, not how do we fix it for now.
I understand, and others have tried.
I don't assume we have the answers. Neither Aspen or I really have the answers. We're barely beginning to explore this, but these are concerns that we have, and
I understand. There is a reason I didn't go with my brethren. This worked once. If it could work once, why not again? I understand.
Do you believe that it'll work? Not in what you've heard, not in where you're at, but you as an individual, do you believe it will work?
I believe it is our responsibility to hold the leadership accountable for the decisions it makes and the direction it goes in. I also believe we must trust, to the best of our ability, that the leadership has our best interests based off of experience, based off of counsel, based off of spiritual intervention. I believe we must use the tools with which we are given. And I believe we have a process to challenge if we disagree.
except that might makes right. And if you're physically stronger but not mentally well, even if you are challenged, because let's be honest, all other challenges don't count except physical ones in this society.
In the eyes of many, yes.
And so when someone, say, instead of Harano, the next time the next king is to come to Hoglosk, and he is more powerful than anybody that can challenge him.
I think there's also the problem of what determines when and how we are at war. I think there's issues within the litany itself, but I won't get into that.
You won't find disagreement from me.
I will say, Mr. Stoneward, you didn't actually answer my question, though.
My own thoughts have strayed at times. Doubt has crept its way in, most certainly. Watching the state of the court now feels like a disgrace and a betrayal. I believe a solution must be found and must be found quickly. And unfortunately, I think we need to examine as many options as we can. The return of Charles Albrecht is one of those options. The lifting up of Mari Albrecht is another, as they bring fresh eyes to a situation of which they have not been beaten down by. But an entire dismantling of the system as we know it, I believe, will do more harm than good. The rewriting of the litany, that can be done in time. It is no longer suiting a modern age. The way we utilize our Ghislaine could be done differently. And the search for more Ghislaine, instead of restricting it only to kin, is another option. To convince the entire race of Guru as we know it to embrace a new philosophy will be possibly the death of the nation and the death of Guru.
Or the start of a new one. We did it. Look at this country. Not now, but look how it started. I'm not saying it isn't going to come with its struggles. I'm just saying it is possible. It's not impossible. We've seen it happen.
History states that the starting of this nation led to the death of an entire tribe.
It's fair. Though
You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, it's true. But these aren't eggs. These are lives.
see, the thing is, because I hear this worry all the time of people won't go for it, of news they'll be resistant to change. But the thing is, I'd say wolves and humans, honestly, because it's the adaptability thing, but especially humans have this little knack. They'll push things down the road, until the threat is imminent. I think the worm is pretty fucking imminent at this point, and maybe if we make that very clear to everybody else, maybe they'll start coming to the table so that we can figure out how to go forward and not just put a bandage on a bullet wound.
That was what the last constellation was. An attempt to move forward.
With a Sit King. You had somebody whose heart wasn't in it anymore.
I understand. But even before then, there were disagreements. Do you believe my brethren, who I've come to understand you are now making contact with or have in the past, are interested in sitting down and talking? Are interested in creating a new system? What about the Stargazers, most of who have gone into or completely disappeared altogether?
I think there will be some in each groups that would be willing to.
Also, I can tell you that the Stargazers are a pragmatic bunch from what I've learned about them. Probably.
I am
think
of
they
a
will.
mind to be able to believe that. There are others that just believe they have abandoned everything and walked away, and some have.
Yes, I think there are some in both groups that are probably too far gone, but they left, both groups left because what was going on, even with Jonas, which you said was good for a while, wasn't working. Just giving the crown to someone else, be it Charles or a 16-year-old girl whose brain probably hasn't even fully developed yet.
What do you believe
And-
Miss Silvertongue would bring the Sept of the Unrelenting to the table?
Looked at Aspen. Well, probably an apology first from us, but
I don't think there is a clear answer.
there's not. Maybe to hear them out first, see what they need.
They wanted the Silverfangs stripped of power.
Personally, something to discuss, is it not?
Certainly.
Why is it only silver fangs? I know it's in our nature, but to be the one true leader, not necessarily what the tribe stands for, just leadership as a whole.
I cannot speak to that. It could be a new age or a new leader, but what you're speaking of is no single leader. And the patrons, much like the Guru, have disagreements of their own. The Silverfangs lead because it is believed that is what they were meant to do. I don't know either way. I cannot speak to the spirits or even Gaia's will. But if one wished to challenge, they should. That is what our system has built into it. I think many don't take up the mantle of leadership because they don't want it. They don't want the burden and the weight that comes with it. They don't want to be held culpable for their decisions. What has, in the past, set Silverfangs apart is their willingness to take love or hate for their decisions, and to make the difficult decisions under duress, unfortunately, to their demise or downfall.
Also, their arrogance to think that they would be the ones to do it best, right?
You said it, not me.
Probably wanting them the Silverfangs stripped of their powers because the Silverfangs tend to look down upon Black Furies and Bone Gnars. They see us as scum. When that's the
I
attitude you're
understand.
treated with, why would you respect that leader? When their boots are on the necks, just as all the corporations' boots are on the necks of every human.
I understand. I stayed, not just because of a difference of belief with my tribe, but because a voice can't be heard if it isn't present. And sometimes a voice needs to keep shouting for as long as it takes to be heard.
Has your voice been heard?
I am the truth catcher of the Sept of the North Protectorate, a predominantly Silverfang Sept. You tell me.
I agree that there's a lot of factors with trying something new, and it's difficult to know what answer is the right answer standing in this room right now today. But regardless of what happens with the exchanging of leadership or however it goes in the next days to come, I would hope, maybe, Mr. Stoneward, that we could have conversations in the future of how we can best change it.
I would like that as well.
I agree. I have a question. Would you follow Charles Albrecht if he were king? Do you believe he is fit to lead? Do you believe he could be a means for change, the change you so seek?
Those are all contradicting questions.
Yes, I agree with her. They're all contradiction.
How so?
Would I follow him? Yes, because he's one of mine, and I told him I would support him in whatever he decides. Do I think he's fit to lead? No, but that's because I don't believe any one person is fit to lead, as we've had this whole discussion here. Do I think he could make change? That's debatable, because regardless of who's in leadership, there's still people having their own machinations pulling strings even as we speak.
Then allow me, in closing, to give you one last piece of insight into those machinations. The king chooses his court. If the old king goes, there is no guarantee that those in power maintain their position. I personally am not attached to this position. I do it because it allows me to serve. It allows me to stand. It allows my voice to be heard. But if another were to replace me, that is up to the king, who thinks someone else can do the job better than me, and I will not argue. Others don't agree. I will submit my report to the court, saying that this was a misunderstanding and that there is no need for hostility or further action. He stands up from the chair. Miss Oathbreaker, Miss Silvertongue, what happens here will decide the future of the nation, one way or another. That is not to burden you into a decision. It is just simply fact. Would you rather be in the room where it happens, or in the tidal wave of what comes after? He bows his head.
I appreciate your candor and the discussion.
And I with you. I am not entirely sure if we will speak again during this time, but it was very insightful. And it is nice to know that there are those who are thinking within this nation, not just blindly following. But to follow is to have a leader. If you would follow Charles, you would trust him to lead. With that, I take my leave. And he turns to the door, opening it and stepping outside, leaving the two of you and Artie, who has been present but very silent during this entire proceeding, in his wake.
Currently sitting there with my lips pressed together like there's something that's on my tongue that I am trying very hard not to say.
Well, you might as well say it.
I'm not sure if that dude is truly making things or being like a black man in a Republican Party.
Pretty complicated.
Yeah. Probably not best for me to say that. I kept it in, though.
Well, on that polarizing statement, I'd ask your final thoughts before we bring this session to a close.
Aspen still very conflicted. Not in a not in the fact that she has to make a decision, but just how complicated everything is and how to make that change is it has so many different directions that you could take. None of them inherently bad, but in her heart she feels like some of them aren't right. So now it's, do you follow what logically maybe makes the most sense? Or do you follow the passion and the drive and the heart that's gotten her here in this moment that she's believed in since she became leader? And the Silver Fangs would tell you the logical way is the best way to go, and that all makes sense. But Aspen's never been a good Silver Fang.
Jester.
I feel even more being here in court how much a precipice the Garu are on, and there are so many people trying to pull it off of the edge in so many angles, thinking they're doing it right. All along, there is the darkness and the worm below just waiting to devour us, and I really don't know how to navigate this very well at the moment.
This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without two final scenes. Our first scene takes us to a dark wood surrounding the territory known as the North Country Protectorate, the seat of power, the Morning Kill Estate. The Protectorate itself can expand from Vermont all the way up to New York, but we're still very much in Vermont, and we're still within sight of the burning lights of the Morning Kill Estate. Here we see the silhouettes of several figures and voices that are too hushed to distinguish their source. We are ruining everything. We didn't catch them this time, but next time we will. And they'll be gone. Or dead. Yes, or dead. We are far from finished with what we're doing here. And we will succeed. Our next scene takes us to a wide shot of the city of Tampa. So far back, it looks like it's taken possibly from a drone or high up above the cityscape. There is, of course, the cacophonous noise of the sounds of the city. Traffic, horns honking, people talking, business, industry, life. And then, in one corner, we hear breaking glass. In another corner, we hear an alarm go off. In another corner, we hear sirens, and then more sirens, and then more sirens, and then more sirens. The city is under attack. But from what? This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody who stuck with us for another very long session, for watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below. Tune into Hellhounds this Friday, Red Tide Rising on Sunday, and we'll be back with another episode of Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday. And if you haven't been signed up for the Ko-fi yet, do so, because for as low as $5 a month, you can get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes featurettes, including the Rosebud Thorns for this very session. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.